Okay, we are streaming, I believe.
Yay. Hello, everybody. Sorry for the issues that we had before. Excuse me. We are going to share the recording of the interview with Princess Eugenie later today. So, excuse me. Hopefully, without further issues, you will get to hear Dr. Bethany Jackson. Thank you, Bethany, for being here. Bethany is from the Rights Lab and is going to talk to you about the links between environmental degradation and anti-trafficking. So Beth, thanks, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you for having me. I've been dipping in and out all day, so it's been good to see what everyone else has been talking about. So let me see if I can successfully share my screen, because I'm a geographer, so there's lots of pictures.
Yes, I can see your screen. Thank you.
Okay, there we go. All right, let's put this over here so I don't distract myself. Okay, so yeah, as been rightly introduced, I'm Beth Jackson. I am a research fellow at the Rights Lab, and today I'm going to talk to you a bit about modern slavery and the work that we do around environmental degradation. So I'm just going to do a heads up on the terminology because we follow the UK legislation. I'll use the term modern slavery. In our program, we have a list of terms that we use, and I can, if people are interested in that, I can share a bit more. But you'll hear me using the term modern slavery, sometimes forced labor, depending on the specifics that we're talking about. And you'll hear me use the phrase subjected to, because we're aware that there's, in modern slavery, there's not a choice involved in the actual exploitation occurring. So we use the term subjected to because it's what we're comfortable with, but I'm happy to share EDI documents. So that was my disclaimer and heads up around the terminology. So yeah, talking about a little bit about modern slavery and the environment. So here at the Rights Lab, we take an ecosystems approach. So we don't just look at one form of environment. We try and spread that across. We have a lot of work in fisheries. I do a lot of work around forest environments and forestry sectors and agribusiness. We have partners in the US that we work a lot with around agriculture specifically. And we're trying to move away from the dominance of environmental degradation being associated with simply fisheries in, say, Southeast Asia that get a lot of coverage, and moving that to a more global scope, and trying to really dig into the issues within specific environments. So I suppose this is a growing field of anti-slavery work. There's been many more publications as this, some that we've produced included, and a really good report that came out the other week by Anti-Slavery International, looking at the connections between modern slavery and climate change. But we're sort of growing this field at the moment. And in terms of defining the modern slavery environmental degradation nexus, we would describe that as both a cyclical and bidirectional relationship. So what I mean by that is that modern slavery may lead to environmental degradation, or the use of modern slavery can lead to environmental degradation, which can then impact on increasing issues around climate change. But environmental degradation can equally push people into situations of vulnerability, which may mean they are more vulnerable to be subjected to modern slavery. So a good example of that is in Cambodia, in the brick kilns there, that Royal Holloway have done some really interesting work on this. And they found that climate change was impacting the agricultural sector, which was forcing people to be displaced because they could no longer make a living from the agricultural land into city environments, where they were then trapped in debt bondage within the brick kilns, which is a sector that has high emission rates, which then increases the risk of climate change, and thus the cycle starts again. So that's what we mean by the modern slavery environmental degradation nexus. So in terms of looking at how that impacts different sectors, as I said, we work across a number of sectors, and the type of modern slavery that can occur within those sectors differs. So I've done some work on brick kilns where debt bondage is very heavily used. We're also looking at issues such as oil palm, where forced labor is more common. We've done that also in the US agricultural sector. So it's good to be aware of the kinds of exploitation and practices that might be taking place within the sectors that you're specifically looking at, because that leads to differences in the situation that workers are facing, but also how we may respond to those and how that ultimately impacts on the environment as well. This is a very boring graph, but the story behind it is quite interesting. So this is essentially a graph ranking environmental protections, the laws, the way that that countries work to protect the environment, plotted against the Global Slavery Index prevalence figures from 2016. And as the rates of modern slavery increase, the environmental protections in place reduce, which means that there's a direct correlation between the protections the environment face and the risk in which people are subjected to modern slavery. So there's clearly a link there, but we need to understand how we can go about both improving on this link and reducing the impacts on both people and the environment, especially when people rely on the environment and need equitable access. So this is a nice representation of how the nexus works. So we see from those sectors that may be engaging in practices of modern slavery, and that can lead to a number of environmental factors such as ozone depletion through pollution, the pollution of environments in water and topsoil, which can lead to issues such as food insecurity, increased conflict between sectors such as brick kilns and agriculture. And that can lead to the risk of increased vulnerability and risk of modern slavery occurring. And it's that cycle that we're really interested in. And we've been looking at that in terms of a number of those sectors, including sustainable diets, forest loss, which is like my little interest. And then we're thinking more broadly about how we can link that to natural hazards. We've got a project starting in the next couple of weeks that's going to be looking at the impact of hurricanes in the Caribbean on forced marriage, for example, and thinking about more broadly how these factors may play a role in modern slavery. And I guess we sort of use this SDGs as a framework from which to assess these issues and look at them together. So this is from my PhD work. So in my PhD, I looked at 3 different sectors. I looked at land-based fish processing, brick kilns, and tree loss and deforestation. So what we can see here is that you're not just looking at modern slavery and, for example, life on land, if you're looking at forests, or life below water, if you're looking at the fisheries. That also has connections to multiple other SDGs. So from the brick kilns, for example, the air pollution can lead to a lack of good health and well-being, but it can also lead to conflict with agriculture, which has pressures on food security. And it's thinking about the impact of modern slavery in a more holistic sense, and realizing that the environment can be far-reaching. And we did that in a recent study where we were looking at the connection between SDG 7, which is 8.7, which is looking at ending modern slavery, but also the environmental SDGs. So we found in the review that we did of the literature, of which there's not a huge amount looking at the environment and modern slavery, that in many cases, if you end modern slavery, you get a positive benefit for the environment. In some cases, and vice versa. And then there were other areas which were interesting around conflict. So say we increase renewable energy use, for example, in SDG 7, which is energy. So we increase the use of renewable energy, but we need raw extractive resources for that. And a lot of that comes from battery-powered lithium. You need natural resources for that, and there's limited recycling at the present. So that requires mining, and a lot of those mines have been linked to issues around modern slavery. So in some cases, ending modern slavery would be a benefit to the environment, but in other cases, what would be perceived as a benefit to the environment may cause issues around modern slavery. And it's thinking about those nuances in that way. So in terms of sectoral analysis, I'll just do a quick run through of some of the things. So We apply a mixed methods approach within the lab. So a lot of my colleagues do questionnaires and surveys, and we apply different methods and combine them together to try and get the best sort of data that we have available. Obviously, because of COVID, we've been doing a lot of secondary data analysis, and a lot of secondary data analysis I do includes remote sensing data, which is satellite imagery. So I'll just give you a little quick basic rundown of what remote sensing is. So we use optical data a lot of the time, which is essentially the same way our eyes work. So we look at the conditions on the surface of the Earth using reflectance data. So when we look at something, the sunlight hits it, it goes into our eyes, and then we see whatever color that is. So I'm looking at a wooden door, for example, over there. So we can see what color that is. And if a satellite was measuring that, it would measure the reflectance, and it would also see that image. So we can use those images to do some really interesting analyses. And we've been using that for, I think we've got 50 years worth of openly available data that we can use, which has primarily been used for the environment. And it's starting to be used in more human and social and ecological issues. So when we're looking at the modern slavery environment nexus, the remote sensing on a global or national scale can be a really, really key tool. And I guess the first example of us doing that was looking at the brick kiln sector. So there was very little known directly about the scale, the environmental impact, of the size of the sector. So using Google Maps, essentially. So Google Earth is the satellite version of Google Maps. We use that to provide an estimate that can be repeated by other researchers over time to address the, provide an estimate of the number of kilns that may be within the brick belt, which is an area of India, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Pakistan. And then from that, we could map the locations and also see how those trends of how many brick kilns there were had changed over time. And this has allowed us to do an environmental assessment, looking at things like pollution, topsoil, and water contamination. So if you look at this picture here, you can see the brick kilns quite clearly, and the lines where the land has been used to make the bricks. But obviously that's an extractive method that uses a lot of topsoil, which is key for agriculture. So we're looking at the extraction of resources. A lot of water is also required to build the bricks, which obviously competes with agriculture and people drinking. And then obviously the pollutants lead to a lot of pollution of the soils themselves through heavy metals, which can leach into the groundwater, which has an impact on the health of the people living around that. And these environmental details are really interesting because the data program at the lab is working with the United Nations Development Program within India, and they've designed an app that can help look at the environmental compliance with legislation of the brick kilns within Bihar state. So, and from that, they're going to then look at the labor rights, because there's a hypothesis that those that are not complying environmentally are unlikely to be complying with the labor laws. And if you can tackle the environmental aspect, as people are more likely to let you into the kilns, you can also help tackle the labor breaches. And we can also look at the pollution levels, which can impact the climate change. So you can see from this image here, the masses of black smoke that are being emitted, that has a lot of carbon monoxide. And we can monitor and track the trends and the changes in the emission levels, and highlight when the major pollution is occurring around cities. Is that linked? Does that have an impact on the health of those working within the kilns to provide decent work, and also those living around the kilns? And then in terms of fisheries, we're trying to move away from a more traditional focus, researching Southeast Asian fisheries, into one that's more holistic in its measure. So we're aiming to look at more developed nations who are often ignored. So we have a project that's looking at the UK fisheries, but also looking at domestic waters, so those around the UK, and also those of overseas territories, for example, Falklands. So we can assess a number of issues, and we're using data from ports and looking at subsidies and quotas, and how we can move to focus on other areas of the fisheries sector where modern slavery and labour exploitation may be occurring, but are often overlooked in terms of research being undertaken over and over again in the same location, which has its values, but it does mean that other areas of the sector are being ignored. And one of those is land-based fishing activities. So this was a study we did in the Sundarbans in Bangladesh, where fish camps are present, and some instances of child and forced labour have been noted. So this is a protected area, and that's a really interesting concept, is there's this idea that protected areas mean that modern slavery can be more easily hidden. It's harder, they're often in harder to reach areas, it's remote access, and inspections rarely take place, which is something that we see in the tree loss study that I'll talk about a bit later. But this is an area that we're also helping to develop, and around developing areas of the fishery sector. So aquaculture at the moment has an awful lot of money being pumped into it. It's seen as a more sustainable and viable option for the development of fish products rather than trawling in the oceans, for example. But there are associated risks with that aren't really being considered at the moment. So we're working to develop a risk profile that can help people working within the sector, those who may be interested in creating actual sustainable development, to help promote this idea of decent work, which may be being lost in all of the money that's being pumped in at the moment. And then in terms of agriculture, I'll just talk briefly about the next three. So this is our work on sustainable diets. So we've undertaken an investigation into forced labour in the US fruit and veg supply at the moment, and we're expanding that out into diets more generally. Because we find that diets talk about being sustainable, but they often only refer to the environment in that sense, and often the impact on human rights and workers is ignored in that sustainability. So we're working to readdress that balance. So we've looked at the key issues around this and found that hand harvesting is often something that can increase the risk, and that migration and the use of migrant workers is something that can lead to forced labour being common. So we're working on developing that into a sustainable diets model, and also we've been working with workers' rights groups to sort of think about how we can address these issues within the supply chains of agricultural workers. And then in terms of climate change is predicted to be very impactful around forced migration, which obviously leads to some of those risks like I was talking about earlier with the Cambodian brick kilns. So this displacement can obviously lead to, I don't like the word climate refugee, but it can lead to the movement of people into areas in which they are potentially more vulnerable. So we'll be looking and investigating the impacts of climate change on the increased intensity of hurricanes and the impact that has on forced marriage. And we're doing a forced marriage and climate change review at the moment. And some really interesting trends are coming out of that around things like flooding, droughts, the impacts of land erosion, and that leading to forced migration. And these are direct impacts that can be linked to climate change and rising sea levels. And the same is said for natural hazards. Many of them cross over with climate change, but we're wanting to increase the amount of data that we have available. And that involves working with those local experts and people who really understand the issues on the ground to move beyond this assumption that modern slavery increases because of hurricanes, for example, when there's no to little data available that supports that assumption. And we think it's actually probably more bidirectional, like the nexus itself. So it's working with groups on the ground that can actually help support us to understand this work. that was a little breakdown of what we do across the lab, and then I feel like I'm going over already, but we're going to talk about a little bit about my work around forests, modern slavery, and some of the work we're doing at the moment. So in terms of addressing the nexus, I predominantly look at forest environments, although I'm a little bit all over the place with what I look at. But in terms of understanding how the identification of drivers and where these issues take place, I think it's important to think of forest environments as not necessarily just a forest. There are different sections of the forest that people rely on, people require resources from. So this is an example from a project I'm doing in Brazil. So in terms of, for example, the Amazon, you have the overarching forest, but then you have the forest fringe, which is obviously easily accessible. That's where a lot of the deforestation is occurring. It's where roads can get in. It's where clearing of land can take place, and land grabbing is quite easy to achieve. And then you have environmentally protected areas. You have the legal Amazon, which is slightly smaller than the whole of the Amazon. And these issues can lead to displacement. You also have migration. There's issues around environmental defenders and Indigenous communities. And I think there was a nice launch of a project yesterday for Earth Day around Indigenous communities in the Brazilian Amazon and their protection. And often that leads to a potential workforce once the forest is being removed. And I think most of the time we think about deforestation as being the main aim, but I think it's these driving sectors that are really key. And for example, in Brazil, agriculture and cattle are often the things that come up again and again, but also charcoal is really interesting. And Stanford University have a project that they're starting around that. So I think when we talk about tree loss, because not all tree loss is deforestation, and modern slavery, I think we need to separate into direct and indirect losses. So a direct loss would be the subjection of a person to modern slavery with the aim of removing the trees for the tree product. So you need it for timber or wood products, or you're taking part in illegal logging. And then the subjection of someone to modern slavery with indirect losses would be those that we need to remove the trees in order to clear the land, because we need to then undertake agricultural practices or cattle ranching. And obviously that clearing of land has a distinct role, and it will have a different impact upon the environment. For example, if you're clearing the forest and then you've got agricultural practices, you've probably then got people subjected to modern slavery who may be impacted by pesticide use and all the health and safety regulations and what is decent work. All those kind of issues also come into play then. I think moving from that modern slavery is linked to the loss of trees purely for the loss of trees is something that needs to be sort of the next step. So in terms of modern slavery in Brazil, this is a secondary data analysis. So I haven't gone to Brazil and collected the data. I've collected the data through online, because we're all working from home, aren't we? So this is using the Smart Lab data. So it's essentially the occurrences of modern slavery as a result of those who are recorded and reported to be in receipt of employment insurance within Brazil. So it's kind of like our NRM system. So there are obviously flaws with that, and not everyone will be being captured within the system. But it's the best national data set that we have available over a long time period. There's 16 years worth of data here, which is really exciting for a geographer. Look at things both over time and also across many municipalities. And then we've got the Global Forest Watch data set, which is a secondary data set processed from Landsat data, which is NASA's sort of main satellite system. So we were looking specifically at tree loss there. And we can look at that over this period. And there's a significant relationship between those areas with high levels of tree loss and those with high levels of modern slavery occurrences. And obviously there are some nuances and caveats to that, but you can see that here with the deep red in Paris state here, and the deep red in the deforestation in the tree loss data. So that's something that's we sort of know is happening, but to have it on a biome scale, we know the Amazon is the most impacted, and that's this location here, when you look at it statistically via biomes, whereas some of the wetland regions further south have minimal levels of tree loss and minimal levels of modern slavery occurring, which makes sense. And it's interesting to see those actually being shown within the data, sort of moving beyond a little bit of the narrative work, which is really important, but sometimes you need the data to also back up some of the policy decisions. And I think, again, to my point of moving beyond modern slavery is causing tree loss, but what is that actual reason? Looking at the sector and occupation data within the Smart Lab data set from Brazil, it's clear that agriculture and animal husbandry, so that's like cattle ranching, poultry, if you combine them together, it's more than 80% of the occupations in which people are subjected to modern slavery. I think that's really clear because these are the key drivers of tree loss within Brazil. And it's thinking about moving from one system to the other and looking at those direct services, and they can differ from different geographies. So in Brazil, it'll be cattle ranching, timber, fuel. You've got to remember that there are communities that require resources, and I think that's what makes understanding the nuances of the nexus really important. You need equitable access for those who rely on these environments. And then in other locations, such as Indonesia, you've got things like oil palm plantations, which are a key driver of both the degradation of areas of peatlands and the draining of vital carbon storage sinks, and also the deforestation of tropical forest, which can obviously cause impacts around biodiversity loss and also people's access to those resources on which they may rely. I think when we talk about moving into more agribusiness, what is the driver behind it? Oil palm is actually a really nice place to start. An awful lot of work around the environmental impacts of palm oil has already taken place. And there are some reports of evidence of forced labor. And there are some really good organizations that are thinking about how can we draw these issues together. So I'm working with a partner called Earthworm Foundation, and they are looking at addressing all the social and environmental issues that you may find within the oil palm sector, not separately as has been done previously, but together. What are the situations on the ground around forced labor? How does that impact on climate change and land degradation? Where's that link to climate change from migration of workers within the sector? And I think it's thinking about the issue of the nexus more holistically, but also actually collecting primary data specifically around people's understanding of these issues, the connections to the issues, rather than relying on us working on secondary data sources and doing it all remotely, moving away from sort of parachute science where we just go in, look at a problem and then come out, or in my case, look at it from afar because I've not been to a lot of the places that I have been investigating. And I think that's really important, and that'll be key for the development. So around policy initiatives and actually engaging with workers and finding that evidence base that can support the understanding of the nexus, and identifying the drivers and how we can actually make interventions that can support people who both work and rely on these environments, the environment itself, and then those who may be subjected to modern slavery. I think there's three very different but interconnected groups there that need to be addressed. And I think a lot of the time we only really address the environment part, and I think it's important to look at those other sections. So I guess in terms of tree loss, we're looking to expand our work specifically around carbon emissions and how we can link that to climate change, and looking at the concept of carbon proofing carbon footprinting modern slavery and addressing sort of the emissions impact that the presence of modern slavery has upon the planet. And that's sort of a way of engaging with more environmental stakeholders. Oftentimes people talk about carbon footprinting and reducing carbon emissions, and it's something that really grabs the attention of climate folks. But I think it's important to understand the scale of which modern slavery is having on the environment, whether that's something we need to address really urgently, or whether we should actually be pumping funding and resources into more ground-based supporting initiatives rather than the big headline hitting. So we're working on that. Addressing those links by moving into the sectors and directly working with partners who are wanting to engage, putting in funding and working with those on the ground to hear the workers' voices around this side of things. And my key advocating thing as someone who sort of bridges the gap between anti-slavery, anti-human trafficking folks and environmental folks is that we need to center anti-slavery folks and workers at the heart of modern slavery and environmental degradation. There's a bit of a habit and a trend for environmental organizations to take over the space a little bit, and I think we need to be giving equitable or even leading access from anti-slavery actors. And I know it sounds counterproductive because we're being funded by WWF for some of the projects, but I think engaging with some of those groups, but making sure that they bring in experts on these kind of things is really important. And then I guess in terms of generally overall as a program, we're trying to move away from this use of proxies into more primary data collection. So it's been hard because of COVID, but I think that's something that moving forward, we're definitely, and before the pandemic, we were working towards. Addressing those intersections around issues and thinking about social issues like conflict and migration will be really important. Looking at things like human rights issues that may not be considered and environmental crimes that may not be linked necessarily is really important. And then working on partnerships combining survivors, environmental folks, and anti-slavery organizations, I think is really key to getting actual understanding of where people's priorities lie and where we need to be investigating next. Okay, that's me done. I think I probably went a little bit over there, but I will stop sharing my screen. Oh, you're on mute, Min.
Right. Thank you, Beth. If you want to leave that last slide up just a little bit longer so people can get your contact info. Thank you so much. That was just fascinating. And I've got a few questions sent in for you. So actually, just on that last note that you said about environmental organizations maybe not centering anti-slavery organizations or kind of pushing folks out, what would you suggest is, I guess, two things. Do you have any insight into why that might be the case? And then what would you suggest for anti-slavery organizations to have that conversation respectfully with those organizations?
I think to the first point, I think environmental organizations have been in these spaces for a long time, looking at the environmental aspects. And so a lot of the time people just turn to them and are like, hey, you're already in this space, what can you do about this? And I think there's sometimes a bit of, oh, we can do that, that's fine, we're already here. I think there are some good apples. We found some who are very much, okay, we shouldn't be leading on this, this isn't our area of expertise. We need to bring in those folks, which is what we're finding with some of our partners, which is really exciting. And it's nice that those issues are being reflected on and embraced in some of those communities. I think there's a bit of a way to go in others. I think in trying to sort of push back against that a little bit, I think it's important to find the right sort of actors that are working in that space. So we're lucky that our partner at WWF is very keen on, engaging with anti-slavery folks and experts and learning from us, which is really good. And I think we need sort of a bit more of a global presence of this as an issue that we need to be talking about, so that folks become more aware of who are the experts on this, who can we invite. I think there's a little bit of a lack of knowledge from the environmental side, that there are people working on this, and you should come and talk to us about it, and we can share our experience and our knowledge, and I think that's really key. So we're working collaboratively with some people to try and increase that awareness. But I think there's a little pushback from some areas of the environmental sector, but in others there's a lot of encouragement, and I think it's just finding the right people to engage with in that way. I think with Anti-Slavery International as well, doing a big push, I think there'll be a lot more understanding that there needs to be a collaborative approach. I think as long as we keep shouting that there needs to be a collaborative approach, something must happen eventually. Right. And I'm going to write it in every single paper that I produce. So yeah.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for that. There's a question that says, what kind of networks do you think we should promote to address this link? I think we could do our part as, at least for me, anti-slavery, anti-trafficking organizations continuing to push that people should. I think some people sort of say, well, it's almost sometimes when people pit human rights against animal rights, like human rights versus environmental rights, like how do we support the conversation, I guess?
So I don't think there's a need to pit everyone against each other. I think is my main point around that. I think you can't have environmental rights without protecting human rights. Indigenous communities are the leaders on this. Their human rights are often very much disregarded, but they are the best at protecting forest environments. And I think a lot of learning needs to take place from larger organizations that often come in, and I think we need to engage with those local groups. And obviously sometimes that's difficult because they're very localized, and they aren't, there can be language barriers, there can be differences of how you think you should go about it. But I think we need to just listen and learn from a lot of local organizations around what their experiences are, and then tailor our responses toward that. And I think that's probably the end of that answer.
No, all right.
Go around in circles.
How can we hold industries to account over their damaging practices? And how helpful do you think individual action is in terms of either holding those businesses to account and or changing our own daily habits?
I think in terms of our own daily habits, I'll answer that part first. I think there's a lot of research that says consumers don't make a huge amount of difference. And while that may be the case, I don't think that it's necessarily mean that we shouldn't do what we can. If you care about it, do something about it. Is my thinking around that. I watched a really interesting video last night about, are books bad for the environment? And I've got like 1,000 books. And I'm like, oh my goodness, I never thought about this before. But I think as long as you consider what you have, what you're doing, and you can recycle and it be helpful that way. And if you don't agree with the practices of a company, you can choose not to spend with them. And I think that's something that's really important. But I think that you also need to remember that industry is the biggest driver of climate change and emissions. And as a result of that, they're probably heavily linked to issues of modern slavery. And I think, I don't know, individual action is good and we should all be doing it. But I think I don't think it's something we should really maybe this is my anxiety talking, is something we should overthink. We can't be responsible for everything. I think industries do need to take charge of their actions, but I don't think that will happen until governments take action. And I guess in terms of keeping industries to account, there is legislation in place where they like to ignore it a lot of the time, or they have nice lobbying interest groups, depending on where you live. That can be an interesting connection to the government. But I think, I'm doing a piece of work at the minute on the current development of the European human rights environmental due diligence law, and I think global efforts like that need to be taken into account. But we're doing the research project, but I think people who have experienced issues of environmental degradation and modern slavery on the ground and human rights abuses in those cases really need to be taken account of, because they're probably the ones with the solutions. You can say you need to be more transparent in your supply chain, but who is doing that? You need to strengthen. There needs to be some kind of punishment, and it needs to be global, because you can always just move your supply chain somewhere else, or you can just hide behind an offshore tax haven. I think it needs to be. That's probably a really depressing answer, but yeah.
It's okay. We keep it real here at Survivor Lions.
Keep it real, collective action on a global scale with governments. Don't stress too much about your individual role. You do what you can,
right?
How you would like, but it shouldn't be our individual responsibility.
I would tend to agree. So on the note of government accountability, do you have hopes for your research, having that direct impact on government to hold industry accountable? And how do you think that can happen? In general, translating research to policy and practice can be hard, but at the Rights Lab, it's something we definitely push. So what are your thoughts on how to use your current research to push government accountability?
So in terms of the due diligence work that we're doing at the moment, that's for a funder, so they'll be the one doing the primary pushing of the policy, but it's collecting that evidence to shape the legislation in the way that we deem it should be shaped to support the protection of workers from modern slavery. So I think, and from my experience on the environmental side, speaking with the FAO and the ILO and things, they need data, and there's very little data that we have out there. And in order, they'll listen to you and they'll find all your ideas really cool, and they'll think, oh my God, we've never thought about doing that before. And yes, we've heard that's an issue, but there's no data. And they already have all the things they want to do a lot of the time. They have the recommendations on, we want to implement this, but they don't have the data to back it up. And I think part of our role is to be able to provide that data. We have the time, we can access the funding. And I think it's about speaking with those policy actors, like what are they interested in but can't do themselves, but really think is key, and sort of also helping to fill that gap. That's sort of the angle I come at from my forestry work. But yeah, I think it's hard to do, but you like to think someone's read it and is listening out there.
Sure. So we've got time for a couple more questions for folks who are our live stream is actually working now, so please send your questions in. I have one. I guess you and I have talked a little bit about thinking about survivors' involvement in research. And we do have some of our members listening, some of our leaders listening today. I'd love to hear your pitch to survivors about going into geography, environmental work, because so many survivors, I think, tend to go more towards like the direct service and social work, etc. So what would you say is a reason for survivors to contribute to the type of research you're doing?
Oh, that's a good one. What is my elevator pitch?
Yeah.
Well, I'm a little biased because I'm a geography nerd. So I did my undergrad in geography, and it was my favorite subject in school. And then I did my PhD in geography. So I've come at this from I'm like I did an environmental geography degree, so I didn't do like human rights or anything like that in my geography side, which you can do. And then I come into the anti-slavery space as in sort of an applying my method. And I'd say geography's, I'm going to sound like my old geography teacher now, but it's linked to everything. That's the thing. You can be interested in the environment and forests and pollution, or you can be interested in the provision of services, but how is that distributed to the maximum number of people? I'd say it gives you a lot of skills. If you engage in these kind of projects, you often work with loads of different data. You can work with new data, and you can work in data in novel ways. I don't know, I'm a big proponent of geography. There's lots of maps and colouring in, which is my favourite. But yeah, I'd say it has skills that are applicable to many different types of research. Obviously, I didn't come in looking at anti-slavery. My dissertations were on pollution distribution, but I've applied that to what are the impacts of sectors that have used that engage in the use of modern slavery. So I think, it might not feel like it's something geography related that you are interested in, but there might be an angle of that, for example, direct provision of services, that you can think about in a new way that might not have been considered by others before.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. And I certainly, so I shared earlier, and everyone didn't hear it because the live stream wasn't working. I shared, nature and the environment has been so crucial to me in my own healing process. And so I just, I'm adding to your pitch. So for any survivors who, for whom nature is also really important and that's wanting to preserve it. I think for survivors from Indigenous communities and tribal communities and other folks where land is just a crucial part of day-to-day life. And I think it's an important place for people, just like women in the science technology field, right? We need kind of the people that you don't tend to expect stereotypically in different fields. So, this is slightly off the specific topic, but as a researcher, what do you think would be some tips for survivors who maybe after today, because we've highlighted the intersections on so many things, want to pursue research, but how do you pick, and what tips would you give to folks on that?
I'd say, I chose remote sensing simply because I found it really interesting. You can look at the whole world and you can look at how it changes, and you can see that over time. So I think if you find something that you're really interested in, I would put all your time and try and just find out the nitty gritty. What is the niche within that you really like? I've got a friend that likes applying new novel methods. I really like using Google Earth on your phone because everyone has access to it. Like most people can access that, and it's something that is there and it's free and you can use it. And I'm really interested in how we can make access to it equitable for everyone. So that's my sort of like niche finding within that. I'd say if you've got a question that you really want answered and no one's answering it, you're probably the best person to answer the question because you're the one that's fascinated by it. You probably have contacts around those kind of interests. You've probably got a unique perspective. It's like Min was saying about land and nature. You will have a completely different experience and interest in what nature means to you than I will, for example, because I like to look at nature behind my computer screen on a satellite image. So I think I think, yeah, finding something that you're really interested in, and then thinking about how you're the best person to sort of answer that question. It's a really good way. And there's so much choice out there. I'd say just, if you're not sure, have a go at a bit of everything. You know, I thought I was like fully into, oh yeah, the application of remote sensing for investigating Nexus, and then I pivoted to, oh no, actually I want to look at the environment aspects rather than just like applying the method. That's way more interesting. I think, you know, don't be afraid to be like, no, I want to do this now. Actually, I think there's definitely room to pivot your thinking, because you'll have gained skills along the way. So it'll be just like thinking about how you can apply that in a different way. And I say, yeah, if you're really interested, just go for it. And if you're interested in something I've spoken about, drop me an email and we can have a chat. And that's always, I'm always up for that.
Thank you so much, Beth. Do you have any last words you want to share with us about your work, or future hopes you have for our work together?
Yeah, I thank you for inviting me today. It's been very good. Yeah, I think working more with survivors, obviously, because I come from a remote sensing background, and I'm still on my learning journey. I think working with survivors is something that I am very keen to do in my future research, and you know, because you'll be getting a million emails about it in the coming days, about engaging with survivors on designing research projects, and what questions do survivors want answered. You know, are survivors really interested in the environmental impact, and how can we engage more and provide opportunities, and learn from each other, which is really important and exciting. And yeah, I thank you for the opportunity to talk to you all today, and your great questions. They were really good.
Awesome. Well, thank you. And yes, I look forward to your emails and sorting something out. It's I think just important to shake things up in different fields. And thank you for offering mentorship and people who want to talk about research. That's really helpful. So yeah, I wish we were in a auditorium and people could clap. So you know, all the best to you in your continued work, and we will be in touch, I'm sure. So enjoy the rest of this springish day, and have a good weekend.
Yes, you too.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Alrighty, so as we transition, we're going to head to a 30-minute break now. So just a reminder that our session at 3:30 is not going to be live streamed here. Apologies for that. That's not because of a live stream error, but the co-host of that is Lowenstein and Sandler, and they're offering credits to lawyers, and so we're doing it through their Zoom account. So you should have registered for that if you wanted to. I believe it might be a bit too late, but we will try and share that after. So here we will leave our slides and let you take a break from hearing from us and put on some music. I think that's it. Thank you. Oh, quick report. Thank you so much for everyone who's donated so far. We have made £130 in the UK. Thank you. Thank you. And $661 in the US. So thank you so much. Please keep those donations coming. We really appreciate it. We're trying to get to 3,000 today by 10 p.m. So you've got 7 hours to get your donations in. Of course, we'll take them after, but please do support us. We will put the donation link into the YouTube comments. All right, everyone. See you soon.
Mama Komito, Ao, Denamie, Ao, Denamie, Chata Denamie, Ese Mama Komito, Denike Ao, Denamie, Ao, Denamie, Chata Denamie, Ese Mama Komito. Ao, Denamie, Ao, Denamie, Tata Denamie, Esse Mama Comigo, Eke Ao, Denamie, Ao, Denamie, Tata Denamie, Esse Mama Comigo, Ao, Denamie. Mama Komito. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, ma, si, ma, jolly, jolly. Si, ma, jolly. Yeah, si, ma, jolly, jolly. Si, ma, jolly.
All right, folks, we are going to join the session on survivor inclusion in the workplace. So hopefully you've RSVP'd for that. If not, you can take a little bit of break and then we'll be back just before 5, but at 5, we will then have our session with James Dold, Maggie Krell, and Sarah Cruzen on criminal justice and anti-trafficking work. So I will share the slides again and hopefully we'll see you at the other workshop. Thanks. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to our live YouTube event. In just 10 minutes, we're going to welcome our next panelists, so stay tuned. Hey, good afternoon, I believe.
Yeah, just about 1 minute prior.
Yeah.
How you doing, Sid? How's it going?
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi, Maggie. Nice to see
How are
you.
you guys? I'm coming on video. Hi.
Hi. Oh, you didn't see me. Sorry. We're well. I'm doing well. It's been a full, great day. So thanks for joining.
Good. What time is it your time?
It's 1 minute till 5 o'clock. And so we've been up and at it since 7. And it's been a fun-filled day, learning a lot, and lots of people are celebrating with us. So that's nice.
That's awesome. That's so fantastic. I can't imagine coordinating a conference in like 10 different time zones.
Yeah, tell me about it. So luckily today we are focusing on, we had some live stream issues, but we are live now and we're super excited to have you. Are we waiting for an additional presenter right now?
Yeah, and I'm gonna text Sarah
worries.
right now.
No worries. And Maggie, where in the world are you currently?
Sacramento, California.
Okay. And sunny and spring-like, hopefully.
Pretty much. A lot of like pollen allergy issues over here in Sacramento.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's spring-like. It's pretty out. It's Friday.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that's good. I miss California a lot.
Come back. Come home.
I know. So many mixed feelings about coming back, and also loving parts of England. And I don't know how you felt, but so I was born and raised in California, and it's hard because you don't really want to leave, but at the same time you feel like you're missing out on the rest of the world. And so it's nice to have tried somewhere else. And James, how is it in DC-ish? DC area?
It's been crazy. The weather, it's been crazy. It was freezing last night, and then like last week it was like 80 degrees, and so it's just been, I don't know, it's been just chaos, it seems like. But yeah, and I'm really worried about, this sounds really dorky, but I'm really worried about my vegetables.
It's great.
I sort of jumped the gun, and I was like, there's no danger of frost, and of course, as soon as you say that, then it dips down into like the late or high 20s, early 30s, and so yeah, so I'm hoping that there's not. I haven't had a chance to check them in the last couple of days, so I'm hoping there's not too much damage.
That's our staff team joining in.
Hi, everyone. This is
Hi, Nancy. Here's Sarah.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
And okay.
I think I just hit accept, so I think she'll be here in a second.
Okay.
There we go. Hi, Sarah. Can you hear us? I think you are on mute, just so you know.
Okay, so there. Is that better?
Yeah. Hi.
Hi.
Nice to see you, sort of.
There you go. This is part of the conversation, so
Of course. No, it's just so nice to somewhat meet you. I hope to get to meet you in person at some point.
no, definitely. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm really looking forward to meeting you, but right now, for some reason, I'm having a technical difficulty with starting my video. So.
No worries. Hopefully we can get that working, but if not, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
No,
Okay.
it's okay. It's a lovely picture of you we're seeing.
Thank you.
So welcome to everybody who is joining us live on YouTube. We're super excited to have you. I am Min Dang, the Executive Director of Survivor Alliance, And we are super excited to have this panel on the intersections between criminal justice and human trafficking. So I am going to turn it over to James Dold, who is becoming a good friend of mine and is a Survivor Alliance board member on the executive committee, also the CEO and founder of Human Rights for Kids. And so it's just my pleasure. Thank you so much, James, for being here and for agreeing to lead this. So I will turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you so much, man. And thank you for inviting us to be a part of this panel and for all of the incredible work that you do at Survivor Alliance. And as we get started, I'm going to ask a couple times probably throughout the conversation for folks to make sure to remember to support the incredible work that Min is doing and Survivor Alliance is doing around the world to support survivors. This is our third anniversary or third birthday. And so for folks who are able to, it would be great if you could make a contribution in any amount helps. And I know how difficult it is as a CEO trying to raise money as a nonprofit organization. So please be mindful of that and support the incredible work that Min and Survivor Alliance are doing here. I got a brief introduction. I think you all have heard enough about me. I'm going to actually ask Maggie and then Sarah to briefly introduce themselves before we get started in this really amazing conversation about the intersectionality of the criminal justice system with survivors of human trafficking. So Maggie, I'll go ahead and turn to you first, and if you don't mind introducing yourself and talk just a little bit about your work and what brought you here.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Good morning. Good morning from California. I guess it's almost good evening for some of you. Thanks so much for inviting me, and congratulations. Tremendous work by Survivor Alliance to be celebrating 3 years. This organization is incredible. It's like no other. It's by survivors, for survivors, and the work you all do is really just such a gift. So congratulations, and I'm very happy to support you. My background, I was a prosecutor for about 15 years, deputy DA, and then also deputy attorney general and supervising deputy attorney general in California. Was the first human trafficking coordinator for the state of California, prosecuted, several trafficking cases in that capacity, and then also did a lot of work to bring advocacy, survivors and support services for survivors together to start working towards trauma-informed investigation practices and really, kind of viewing the whole picture of these cases. After leaving DOJ, I've been in public health. I've been working for Planned Parenthood, and it's helped me to view these cases and just some of what survivors are facing from more of a public health lens. I've also had the opportunity to do some civil rights work on behalf of survivors, and just as an attorney for survivors.
Great, thank you, Maggie. And you sort of go by the title now of human rights lawyer, and I always love that because it's always like a mystery to people. I think sometimes like, what is a human rights lawyer? And I think we'll get into that a little bit later. But thank you so much for joining us for this conversation. And then, dear good friend of mine who I've known for many years, Sarah, would you mind introducing yourself and just talk a little bit about whatever comes to mind about just a brief introduction of some of the work that you've done and being a part of the conversation today.
Thank you. Again, I just want to apologize. I'm not sure why I'm unable to connect. I really want to be present. I'm going to be working on it in the background. And so basically, my name is Sarah Kazan. I am a survivor of human trafficking, and I really respect all the work that we're doing to bring forth the importance of having the conversation, the dialogue. I think that just being here in this space, in my truth, in my most authentic space, is honoring us as individuals. And so I'm here today. I've been really mindful about the importance of this conversation and how we can move forward and bring in everyone's perspective that really is motivated to make a change. So I can't say that I have a label, because for me, 100%, like, I've been framed. I'm not framed like that. Like, I'm saying, the framework of me being in a space of defining myself based on what others perceived me to be. So I'm an individual who's here, mindful, present, working through the impacts of trauma. You know what I mean? And how that really affects our day-to-day life, how that affects our integration in interpersonal relationships. And I think I'm just a person that wants to have dialogue and bridge with people, and I care, so that's who I am. I'm just a simple person that really genuinely has to pause and take a breath and say, let's do this together.
Thank you, Sarah. That was very well put. And for folks that are listening, I'm a big fan of Brian Stevenson. Brian Stevenson has this saying that, and I've shared this, I think, with men in the past. Brian says that we're all more than the worst thing that we've ever done. And I have sort of an amendment to that, to say that we're all more than the worst thing that's ever happened to us as well. And we're all very complex, and we have things that we've all dealt with in life. And so thank you, Sarah, for being a part of this conversation. I'll also say too, for folks that don't know, I'm also a survivor of child labor trafficking and sexual abuse. And it's one of the reasons why, I wanted to join the board of Survivor Alliance, because it's survivor led. And it's so important, as Maggie mentioned, to make sure that this is work by us and for us, right? And so again, just another great reason to really support the incredible work that Men and Survivor Alliance are doing. So I want to get us started in this conversation, because I think it's a conversation that we don't have as often as we really should. And it's sort of at this idea of the intersectionality between the criminal justice system and survivors, and developing a more nuanced understanding of the needs of survivors, and the need to reform the way that the criminal justice system interacts and views survivors. And so, Maggie, as a jumping off point, I really kind of want to start with you. And this is going to be more of a colloquial sort of conversation that we'll have. So, I don't want folks to be like, oh, James is going to ask questions and then we'll go back and forth. Really, I just kind of want it to be open-ended. So, Sarah, you can also feel free to jump in at any point here. But Maggie, my question for you really is, it's interesting, right? Because you start your career prosecuting human traffickers. So, locking up, the proverbial, bad guys. And then have switched over and are now kind of a defense attorney and human rights lawyer, working with survivors on various different issues. And so my question for you was, there a moment in time when you were a prosecutor where sort of a light switch went off, where you said, wow, like the criminal justice system, even though I'm doing this work to hold traffickers accountable, it's also failing victims? And what was that moment for you? And what was kind of your response to it?
That's a great question. I mean, I don't think that there was any one pivotal moment, but I saw just the devastating impact that trafficking had on its victims. And part of that impact was certainly, them getting entangled with the criminal justice system with cases of their own, again and again. And as a prosecutor, kind of the typical shelf life of a case is, you do an investigation, you arrest the defendant, you prosecute the case, the defendant gets sentenced, and then you move on and have a bunch more cases. Meanwhile, you have this survivor who's, been through hell and back, and the resources available to him or her are just simply inadequate. And then from a legal perspective, there isn't necessarily anybody who's looking out for that survivor, who's following up with that survivor. We've gotten a lot better on it. I mean, there are victim advocates, and that is part of the process, but what happens next? What happens next for the survivor? And what we're seeing more often than not is survivors end up in the criminal justice system with cases of their own. And one of the ways that I really saw this so clearly was when I was investigating the case against Backpage, though it was pretty notorious website that was essentially an online brothel where kids were bought and sold for commercial sex. And in prosecuting that case, we were searching to identify victims, and we had difficulty. We were, kind of looking at some older cases, and we were having difficulty finding the victims. And most of the victims that we did find were in custody on their own cases. And so, to me, that was such a flag. I mean, why are all these young women in custody on their own cases when they're so clearly, a victim, and they've so clearly been traumatized? And then I think the next step of that analysis is, well, how are we addressing this underlying trauma? What is happening in juvenile hall or in state prison or wherever, survivors are in custody to address this underlying trauma? Or is it just being compounded because of, how the carceral system is set up?
So, hi, this is Sarah. Sorry, James.
No, you're okay. Yeah, go ahead and jump in, Sarah.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you, Maggie. I think being able to talk about these challenges that we've endured, especially as youth, right? When our brain is like in the second phase of absorbing what our environment is telling us who we are, is so imperative as we move forward, right? Like incarcerating and imposing layered trauma on top of a youth that comes in with already unassessed, unacknowledged, unbirthed trauma is definitely a human rights violation. And when you have institutions that are designed and built to continuously humiliate individuals who are seen as third class or unintelligent, unworthy, you have to ask yourself, why was this energy moved in a collaborative effort to continuously humiliate people? And I think when you humiliate your children, it's definitely a reflection of who the adults are that are imposing this level of humiliation. And now we're in a space where we're seeing this humiliation take place in our streets, in our democracy, in our policies, in our presentation for leaders. And it's time for us to definitely breathe, right? Like, definitely take a breath, take a pause, and re-regulate what has been dysregulated on numerous levels. And to what you were saying, Maggie, thank you. Because you are able to not only see what has gone on in our systems, but you're able to say, you know what, this is something that we need to stop and pull back from and say, wait a minute, this is not effective. Whether it's prevention, intervention, whether it's policy, all these wonderful expansion of institutions obviously is not working, because let's get to the nucleus of it, right? There are symptoms of trauma in all of us. And when we're able to say that we can connect in that space and look at our own sense of how we've contributed to imposing trauma on children and ourselves, it's time to say we need to really not just dismantle we have to possibly just surrender and be neutral. Because I'm 43 years old today, and I'm a mother of a 6-year-old child. I have been sexually abused long before Gigi came into my life, who was my trafficker. And if we're going to have these conversations, I want to be able to really delve into the mud of what roots us. And to be 11 years old and to have a grown man who is 33 years old integrate himself, that his confidence was to basically say, hey, I'm going to offer you some ice cream. Hey, I can coax you into my car. Less than, I don't know, I could see my house. Let's just say that, okay? My house was catty corner. And instead of going to my home, which is a home that's supposed to be a sense of safety and refuge, he was able to coax me into his vehicle. And I think having the uncomfortable conversations is necessary at this point for us as individuals. And to this day, I still suffer the repercussions of the traumas that were imposed upon me in institutions that were designed to break individuals that they felt. They meaning, that's a whole nother thing with race and entitlement, but there's trauma there
Sarah,
too.
Sarah, that's actually where I wanted to go next a little bit, because I think, what you're describing, and to put into context too of the time frame that we're talking about, particularly in your situation was early and mid 1990s, which for folks that are listening, this is an important era, sort of in American culture, because this is also the time where we start to see the relaxation of juvenile transfer laws. We see the proliferation of things like the super predator theory, where youth of color are described as godless, jobless, and fatherless monsters. And essentially, it's made easier to discard their child status, regardless of their social history and their background, to essentially try them as adults, and to criminalize them for things that have happened to them. And so, and even after we get past this sort of time frame where we begin to recognize the exploitation of children through prostitution as human trafficking, there's still this this bloodlust sometimes that comes up, where even if a child has committed an act of violence against their abuser, for example, they're still criminalized in some cases, right? And oftentimes those cases depend on, Sarah, to your point, the race and the socioeconomic status of the person who's in the justice system. And so I think that is a really, really important point that I want to bring the conversation there a little bit. And Maggie, going back to you with your background as a prosecutor, do you have, because I think you've seen the system from so many different perspectives, and probably have a good perspective to provide to all of us. Like, what has been the breakdown, either socially or within the law enforcement communities, where, where number one, kids who have experienced severe amounts of trauma, whether it's in situations of domestic violence or human trafficking, where that has essentially been discarded and not taken into account when they end up in the justice system, for other, crimes either related to their trafficking situation or unrelated, where we just are unwilling to sort of account for the trauma and the background. And if you can, in answering that, tie that into the conversation about racial injustice and the disparities that we see in the justice system, particularly with Black and brown girls.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a lot to unpack there, but I'll give you some takeaways. I mean, it's abundantly clear that the criminal justice system has perpetuated systematic racism against people of color. I mean, you can look at the statistics in pretty much any jail or prison to see that there is a disproportionate number of incarcerated Black people. And, when you kind of dissect it a little bit more and you look at the female population, and Rights for Girls has done, incredible work and research on this specifically, and done studies showing this pipeline, this insidious pipeline from sexual abuse to prison, that the majority of girls and women who are locked up have experienced some form of sexual abuse prior to their incarceration. And it's definitely, entangled with systematic racism. The history of sex trafficking as well. I mean, it disproportionately impacts Black girls and women, that there are more prostitution arrests disproportionately for Black girls and women. And, the role of Black women in the sex trade goes back to slavery. I mean, if you look at, historically, women of color have been sexualized and have been stereotyped and haven't been believed and haven't been valued in the same way that other human beings are valued. And so that is some stubborn legacy, and it's going to take some real work and some real investment to undo all of that and to course correct.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. And Sarah, I want to bring you into this conversation as well, because, I think some of the work that you've been doing, across the country in state legislatures as well as in Congress, to really create a paradigm shift. And Maggie, you have as well, so I'm going to circle back to you on this as well, because I think you have a great story to tell. And maybe we can play a video too, because I realized we didn't do that at the beginning here. But Sarah, do you want to talk a little bit about, some of the ways that you are trying to undo the harm that's been caused to survivors in the justice system, particularly in the context of girls and boys who end up committing acts of violence against their abusers?
Oh, thank you, James. And I'm just going to take a breath at this moment, because if I ignore the fact that my trauma is wanting to be present, I would be doing social disregard, right? Like, to how trauma is wanting to surface and be heard. So the work, I believe that it is a reflection of the experiences that I've endured. And I think basically it comes to, I no longer believe that it is okay to compartmentalize the heinous and defined acts that have been imposed upon humans and our children to be acceptable within our history. And I believe that any form of humiliation upon anyone is clearly a reflection of us as a collective. And I'm going to say that, all of our cognitive difficulties, our emotional difficulties, it's beautiful to compartmentalize the trauma in a way that is easy to digest. But would we not benefit if policies would validate the individual's needs for authentic and fair and just treatment? Would we not benefit as a whole? And I shared with one of your colleagues, James Stoll, yesterday, when the decision came down from the Supreme Court, But again, what we are seeing here is an implementation of what I'd like to, of not my ego, but buck breaking approaches. And I'm gonna let everyone sit with that. And if we think about our buck breaking approaches that are embedded in the very fabric of what we want to call America, to humiliate anyone, to embarrass, to place in a lower social class, to compartmentalize, is not really for the benefit of humanity to better themselves, but maybe for the individual to digest what it is that their beliefs and values are identified within.
And so Sarah referenced the thank you, Sarah. Sarah referenced the Supreme Court decision from yesterday, and just for a little bit of context, um, for so many survivors that we see in the system, there are many out there who, especially if they end up in a situation where they end up committing an act of violence, whether it's a robbery or sometimes a homicide, sometimes against the John, sometimes against the trafficker, they are treated in the exact same way without regard to both their child status or the trauma history. And so, part of the conversation now that's beginning to happen, and Sarah's been a big part of leading this broader effort, is trying to pass something known as Sarah's Law, which is to allow judges greater flexibility and require them to really take into account the trauma history of children when they come into the system and craft age appropriate and more fair sentences. And this has been part of a sort of a broader national movement to really recognize child status and the reason why so many kids come into the justice system, which is because of the underlying condition of trauma that they experience. And I think that's a really great segue too, Maggie, into sort of how me and your paths initially crossed. And I don't know how much or to what extent you want to share some of the incredible defense work that you have done on behalf of survivors who've been in these types of situations where, essentially they've been railroaded by the system. And for a lot of people too, Maggie, I don't know if this might be helpful context as well, because I think there's probably a lot of viewers out there like, how in the world does somebody who's been sex trafficked and have experienced all these traumas at the hands of their abusers, whether it's a John or a trafficker, how if they commit an act of violence against that person, is it not self-defense? Why aren't they able to claim self-defense, and why are prosecutors like prosecuting them in some of these situations? So I don't know, maybe that's a good tee up for you here, and then maybe at the end of your remarks, if we can, maybe we can share that video we have.
Sure. You've said it. You both have said several things that I would love to try and respond to a little bit. I'm actually just realizing right now that all three of you I started working with during COVID, and I don't think that most people get to say that they made new friends during COVID. And it's been a horrific 14 months overall. But the fact that all three of you really came into my life, we came into each other's lives during this period has been really, really special. And I'm just really enjoying working with all of you. So you made a comment, James, just about overall policy efforts and the work that Sarah's been doing and the just tremendous advocacy on the state and federal level. California currently has some legislative efforts that are underway. It's working its way through the system, but it basically require courts to consider a person's trauma, whether it be sexual violence, human trafficking, domestic violence, at all phases of the criminal justice system, in charging, in sentencing, and changing a little bit on the affirmative defense of coercion that someone's a human trafficking victim. So we'll see where that goes. And then there are some efforts throughout the country that have been underway. There's safe harbor laws that give some relief to survivors for the circumstances of their crimes. And none of these cases, I mean, there's so many problems at so many levels of this. And I look at, for example, the Alexis Martin case in Ohio. And Ohio had a safe harbor law at the time. She was convicted of murder for felony murder, and it was a robbery of her trafficker. She was being sexually assaulted in another room while her trafficker was killed. And under the felony murder rule, because there was some evidence that she was, somehow involved in planning the robbery of this trafficker, she ended up being convicted. And she would have served a life sentence had the governor not granted a form of clemency. She, I think, was released about a year ago. And, I look at that case and, we can blame a lot of people in that case, but I really look at her defense, that her defense team didn't bring up this evidence that the safe harbor law, which had just been enacted, wasn't utilized in that case. So I absolutely think we need to educate prosecutors to see the big picture in charging these cases. And we need to make sure that courts understand the trafficking dynamics, that it might not look like traditional self-defense, and it might look like, that victim had some other option. But for that victim, they absolutely did not, because of the way that these victims are so vulnerable and they're manipulated and coerced and are not free to leave, even though, a reasonable person standing outside the situation might see it differently. And that's kind of the problem with the, typical self-defense laws. So to really take a larger view of all that for courts. But then I also think it's really essential to train defense attorneys so that they understand the relevance of this evidence, so that they can build a rapport with their own clients where there's trust and that kind of information can be shared. Because as a former prosecutor, if I was prosecuting a case and there were circumstances like that and I didn't know about them, I wouldn't be able to, adequately do my job. I would expect the defense to absolutely, discover that sort of evidence. And yes, there's some aspects of that law enforcement in a lot of these cases absolutely could figure out on their own, and we absolutely have a duty to. But sometimes it's difficult to uncover, and really the person in the best position to do so would be the defense. So I just want to add that aspect of the criminal justice equation to the table. And then let me segue now and talk a little bit about Kiana's case. So Kiana is 25, and she was trafficked as a child from a young age. She was a teenager. She even testified against one of her traffickers. But at a later point during her trafficking, she participated in the robbery and kidnapping of a buyer who was going to buy her for commercial sex acts. And she was 17 years old at the time, so still a child. She was prosecuted as an adult. She ended up agreeing to, I think, a 9-year or so prison term. She served most of that term, and we were able to successfully petition the court for early release. So she's been out for a few months now. And, we learn a lot from her case. There were failures at every aspect of her young life, systematic failures, points where she should have had trauma-informed care. She should have had protection, and she simply did not. And so I think from her case, there's a few clear takeaways. I mean, first of all, children who are victims should not be prosecuted as adults ever. So that's number one. Number two, even when trafficking survivors are 18 or 19 or 25 or 40, the fact that they have endured, really severe, intense, and horrific trauma needs to be considered in how we address their conduct. And we're talking about, I think there's a lot of nuance, whether it's actually voluntary criminal conduct or it's the result of being trafficked. And we need to really dig deep and look at that nuance when we address these cases. I talked for. No,
it was great. I was gonna ask Min, do we have that video queued up? Okay, great.
I won't be defined by my past. My future is up to me. My story is about overcoming adversity, but it's also about hope. Growing up, it was very tough. My life started getting rough when I turned 12. So what I needed the most was a mother to love me. I didn't get that, so I would rely into finding it my own way. There was a lot of missed opportunities for me growing up. Like, I've had probation officers where they'll come to my house and they'll see bruises, they just walk away, turn the other way. Growing up, when I was in court, I would ask to go to group homes or foster care, and no one would listen. I ran away a lot and got into sex trafficking. Instead of putting me in juvenile hall, they could have, put me in counseling, or instead of like treating me as a criminal in my case, they could have treated me as a sex trafficking victim instead of throwing me away and just letting me be in prison for all those years. I was in juvenile hall for a year. There was no therapy at all. I got on medication. That's about it. 4 days after my 18th birthday, I went to prison. It was hard. Prison was really hard. Your life ends. You're nobody to anybody there. I shouldn't have been sentenced to prison time as a young child. Because of my background and because I was in sex trafficking, and that's on record. So they could have went and seen all my history and been like, well, she's an unstable child that needs help. I could have got therapy. I could have got into a different home placement. I could have had a new life, but instead they just throw away the key and expect you to figure it out on your own while you're in prison growing up. Once you're in that prison system, they see you as an adult. A lot of sex trafficking victims get punished instead of getting the help they need. There needs to be a stop to putting women in jail for prostitution, because it's not always their fault. It's not like we're criminals. We're victimized also. It's not that we want to do it. It's not a choice, it's survival. Comfort in prison was a no-go. Respect was not there, but I have two wonderful ladies on my side. Peggy was my mentor growing up in juvenile hall. She became my godmom. We've been knowing each other for 14 years. She helped me throughout my whole prison term. She helped me overcome a lot of things. She's always there for me. I love her, truly. I met Maggie through Peggy. I confided in Peggy that I was getting sexually assaulted in prison and that I needed a lawyer as soon as possible. And Peggy got in touch with Maggie, and Maggie took my case pro bono and has been there ever since. She's the awesome person ever. I need somebody to confide in because I don't have nobody to back me up. It will be a long road if you don't have that person. And Maggie's my person. It's awesome to feel that you are believed and loved and cared for, because as a child, I didn't get that. I asked the governor for clemency and he didn't get back to me at all. So my lawyer, the best lawyer ever, she took it into her hands and decided to take it to court and asked the judge for clemency. So we asked the judge if I could get out early. I think I was there for almost 9 years. This is unbelievable. Like, they're gonna tell me at the gate, like, no, this is wrong. You gotta go back. It didn't click for me until I was at the beach and I put my toes in the sand. So, and I just looked and I stared out at the moon, and it was it was just like, this is seriously real. And then I took a picture. So it was like, I'm really taking a picture of myself right now. Like, yeah, I made it. I could say that I made it. And I'm glad that I didn't take the route letting me go down that suicide path. Me and my lawyer, we're working on a law, and it's going to help sex trafficking victims and victims of abuse that need help to get them out and get them where they need to go for the future. Because even as an adult, you're still, like for me, I still feel like I'm 16. So, because that's when I got locked up. That's when my whole life changed. So, like, you don't grow up until you get your life straight. I'm working on myself now. I want to be able to teach my kids how to be treated and not how I was treated when I was younger. So I want to be able to become a mom figure in life, a good one at that. And I work for Bridge Network. I'm a youth advocate there. Like being around like girls and boys, it's crazy because I used to be on that side, and to actually help them and advocate for them is just an awesome journey that I go through. So it's fun and it's exciting to experience new things with new people. I've always wanted to be an EMT since I was 12, so I've always wanted to help other people. So being an EMT has just always been my goal. So I hopefully one day will prison, suicide, sex trafficking. Like, I've been through it all. So I feel if I'm standing here today, there's no reason why you should give up on yourself. I just hope that I could get through to a lot of women, a lot of kids, and they could see the future. I mean, I hope a lot of people that hear my message will understand and they take some of my life story and mix it with theirs and realize that they're not alone.
Thank you, man. Gosh, I love that video. I love the moment when Kiana says Maggie is my person. It's like it's the Jerry Maguire "you had me at hello" moment where I just start to tear up, you know. So I want to pick up there because Maggie and Sarah, you as well, and I kind of maybe we can sort of transition into like a more hopeful, hopeful conversation here. Because I think it was so powerful, Maggie, the incredible work that you did, and then Sarah, you also being able to talk with Kiana while she was still inside, and be with her, after she was released, and to meet her. And so I want to ask both of you to sort of jump in here and talk about. Maggie, if you could share with the audience, how Kiana's doing today, but also what were those first few, what was the beach like when you were able to pick her up and take her home? And Maggie, Sarah, when you were able to meet her and to share with her as well, I love to just talk about that moment of just joy and love and justice in its true and most authentic form.
Well, Kiana's doing really well. I'm incredibly proud of her, and she tells her story, better than I ever could. I'm so proud of her just for even, doing the interview and, wanting to share it so that she can help others. And that's where her heart is. And I have no doubt that she's going to, continue to be a tremendous force in everything she sets her mind on. Yeah, it was great getting to pick her up. I mean, we had been meeting and talking with her behind bars for years, and I was kind of at my wit's end by then with her being in custody. It went from bad to worse during COVID, and it was just really, really challenging. So that moment, I'll never forget, how finally having her out, her getting to see the beach, taking those pictures so that I call the freedom portraits. And also getting to connect with Sarah. I mean, so Sarah came and met up with us. We actually all went out for lunch, and that, nobody's going out for lunch. It's like November, the middle of COVID, and we actually had lunch out, which was like a first for me in months. And it was just really, really incredible to see these two brave, incredibly amazing people get to meet each other. And I'll let Sarah share what it was like from her end, but from my end, I had kind of kept, I'm the lawyer here, so I had like kind of kept it together the whole time. But when they were hugging each other, that's when I was like, oh, okay, I need to go feed my parking meter, because I didn't want to start crying, because I had, been sharply professional throughout the entire time.
So yeah, I'm laughing because with such authentic connection, Maggie, because I remember that moment, and I remember the power dynamic and the butterfly effect that was taking place at that particular moment. And passing, it's just, there's so many beautiful moments that took place, and what a gift. And being at the beach, I think it's remarkable to highlight the power of water when we need to heal and cleanse. And I look at it as we plant seeds, there's a harvest, there are seasons, and water is so imperative to nurture the seed, and again, I'm just so grateful, because again, as we're having these conversations today, bringing forth how important it is to not incarcerate children that have endured sexual abuse. Our policies that allow that to even take place, and that there's this innate beauty for people to want to jump in the water because they know they're dirty. Not know they're dirty, but saying there's a sense of encoded, or you're carrying this sense of dirt, of feeling unclean, and water is a representation of restoring that, and I think this is such a beautiful space for us to have these conversations about the impacts of trauma, about the impacts of our beauty of humanity, Maggie, showing up and holding that space. And it was priceless. I think a lot of people put value on a beautiful piece of artwork, right? Oh, this artwork is worth blah 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 amount of money, right? But we're like a living sense of this artwork. We're like a living Da Vinci. We're a living piece of artwork that is infinite and can never be captured with the dollar. And so I honor each and every one of you in this space, because when you have an authentic connection with the individual's pain and understand that, I think you're pretty wealthy. So, and saying that, thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, Sarah. And so I know we're coming down on time, and I know we have a question from the audience actually that just came through. And so one of the questions that I want to pivot to real quick, and I'm just going to read this out loud. What do you suggest for orgs that work with the justice system for trafficking survivors to continue this work, but also want to call out the systemic racism that exists through it? It's a really great question. And I think I'm going to have both Maggie and Sarah respond. And Maggie, maybe we'll start with you, having been on both sides of it as a prosecutor and defense attorney. How best can organizations who are working with survivors now, respond and talk about these issues in a way that is both authentic and true, but also maybe puts us in a position to advance like real reforms and real change?
Well, honestly, James, I feel like I should punt that question back to you, as someone who successfully does that and runs a nonprofit that has profound impacts on the justice system.
Well done, Maggie. I was thinking the same.
He told me before I could ask him questions. I don't know
Yeah.
what happened.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. And I think that, it requires a lot of nuance. And I think a lot of what Maggie actually talked about earlier and sort of connecting the dots and meeting people where they're at, right? I think right now we live in such a polarized society where it's very, very hard to bring people together around common issues, right? Even things that should be simple, it can be very complex to do. And so I think, being mindful of that, having empathy, and what I found that's been helpful in bringing more conservative members to this idea of some of the racial injustices that exist in the criminal justice system is really sort of, seed planting and slowly walking people through. So like, as Maggie was talking about earlier, right, going back and drawing the line for people between the connection between slavery, Jim Crow, racial terrorism that we experienced in this country, right? The systemic racism that we've experienced over the course of our history and culture, and how that led up to modern day, right? Like what I was explaining before about the super predator theory. And so we're still living with a legacy of all of these forms of injustices. And so it's important to be able to connect the dots for people, and particularly in the context of human trafficking survivors. I think that's where it really, becomes vital to be able to do that. So Maggie brought up earlier the case of Alexis Martin. What a lot of people don't know about that case, and this happened in Ohio, is that a few years before that, actually in 2009, 2010, there was another young man by the name of Daniel, who was he was a white kid, 16 years old, upper middle class family, who had been sexually abused by a neighbor for many years. And this one day, the neighbor goes to sexually abuse him again. Daniel grabs a knife and stabs his abuser over 50 times, kills him. Daniel's arrested and prosecuted, and over the course of the investigation, it's uncovered that this abuse had been happening for many years under the parents' nose and everything, which is one of the things that's important for folks to understand too. And I know a lot of folks within the context of Survivor Alliance know this, but for folks who might just be joining, right, there's always this idea that there's this boogeyman out there that's looking to jump out and grab kids. Oftentimes, the traffickers themselves or the abusers themselves are people that the child knows, right? So they're skillful predators who get into children's DNA, and that's what happened in Daniel's case. But again, sort of looking at the socioeconomic factors and his background, there was a completely different response, right, to this murder that he committed against his abuser, where he was stabbed 50 times. So instead of charging him with first-degree murder, like what happened in Alexis's case, prosecutors brought voluntary manslaughter charges, right, which opened up a whole nother range of sentencing options when he was convicted or when he pled guilty before going to trial. And so the judge in that case actually sentenced Daniel to time served. I think it was like 3 years of probation, and ordered him to an outpatient service clinic that was actually in the same exact city where Alexis had been trafficked in Akron, Ohio. Right. So just a few years apart, you have these very different reactions from the criminal justice system. One for a young Black girl from the projects from Akron, and one for this young white man, a young white child who was from an upper middle class family, right? And that's not to say that, you know, what we want is for everything that happened with Daniel's case to happen in these other cases as well. But I think it's examples like that that really highlight the institutional racism that exists within the criminal justice system, and the need to be able to call it out and talk about these examples and say, like, this is what's happening to our girls and boys of color. This is what's happening to, you know, children who aren't of color, right? And that bears itself out in the statistics over and over and over again. And so I think being able to share anecdotes like that, sharing the statistics, there's some great data from a lot of different great organizations that work on, you know, rights for girls. Maggie mentioned they have a great report, the Sex Abuse to Prison Pipeline. They're one of our partners on a lot of different things. And so working with organizations like that, elevating those resources, putting that messaging out there, I think is a really great way to continue to advance this work. But you have to call it out. We have to be authentic. We have to have those very difficult conversations. And I know that I didn't mean to take up so much time. I apologize. We are right at time. And so I want to, before I turn it back to Min, I want to give a plug again for everyone to support Survivor Alliance. Donate. You all have the link. It's incredible work. Min and Survivor Alliance are bringing folks together from all around the world to have really powerful conversations like this, to share information, to share data, to move us forward in the fight against ending human trafficking and making sure that we have a more just and fair response for victims wherever they might be. So Maggie, thank you so much. Sarah, thank you so much for spending this hour with me. Can't believe how fast it went by. And Min, I will go ahead and turn it back to you.
Yeah, thank you, James, for being such a great host. And for those of you who don't know, James also is a wealth of knowledge, and please also support Human Rights for Kids. Maggie, Sarah, such a great pleasure to connect with you in this way. And for everybody, we have put in the YouTube comments the Sexual Abuse to Prison Pipeline report, a link to that, a link to Sarah's Law from the Human Rights for Kids website. So please check those out and support the work. We just couldn't do this without you. We want to say to you that Survivor Alliance is committed to the intersectional issues of criminal justice reform. I think right now, especially, it can be easy to still want to keep, using the criminal justice system to punish, and it's a complex, I think, conversation, especially for survivors who want to see different forms of justice. So I hope this is just part one of the conversation, and thank you so much. I hope you have a great weekend, and this has been the best birthday gift, is to spend some time with you. So, all right, we'll be in touch. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I know.
Speak to you later.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, James. Thanks. All right, everyone. Thank you for joining us. We on to the next bit. I am going to have to check my schedule and remind myself. I believe we're into a musical interlude. And sorry about that. Just yes, I am going to share a musical interlude from a dear friend and colleague. As you can see, Survivor Alliance has relied on our wide network of colleagues and allies. So this is going to be a video from Chloe Gregory, and she will tell you about herself in a minute. But actually, while I cue that up, I'm going to not just chatter. I'm going to give you a sense of our remaining timeline here. Oops. Sorry about that. Here we go. All right, I think I've got it all set up now. Here we go.
Hello, everyone, and happy 3-year birthday to Survivor Alliance. Just want to extend my congratulations to the Survivor Alliance team, member, and communities for this milestone. My name is Chloe Grigori. I've worked with men closely since college doing anti-trafficking work, educating the UC Berkeley student community about human trafficking, about direct action, and most importantly, about survivor inclusion and survivor leadership in our work. I volunteered with men for a couple of years with Survivor Alliance after when she founded the organization. And it's been amazing to see the impact that Survivor Alliance has had over the past 3 years and how much it's grown. So again, congratulations. Today I'll be singing a song for you all. It's called Times Are Hard for Dreamers from Amelie the musical. And I wanted to share this song because I think the message really connects to Survivor Alliance's mission. It's all about kind of braving uncharted territories, reaching for your dreams with hope and optimism and just confidence in yourself. And I hope you all connect to that message. And I'll end with the last line of the song. It isn't where I am, it's only where I go from here. That matters now, and I am not afraid. As everything I'll ever need appears, this is how my world gets made. I hope you all have an amazing event. And thank you so much for having me and hope you enjoy this cover.
They say times are hard for dreamers, but they are not hard for me. I've saved up everything I know to take that step beyond the lawn, keep walking till I see the station and then see you go. Inside the train, all through the glass, my fingers tracing all of these towns I've never heard of racing past. Off the train in Paris, half a mile from Sacre-Cœur, the city's waking up for me. Sciences and apartments vacant on the second floor, and suddenly I hold a key. I turn a lock, a room appears, and all it takes is one more step, and then I'm here, just me behind my door. It isn't what I have, it's only what I have in store that matters now. The past can only fade, 'cause everything I'll ever need is here. This is how my world gets made. They say times are hard for dreamers, and who knows, maybe they
Thank you to Chloe. Oop. Thank you to Chloe, wherever you are today. Really appreciate it. And everyone can search Chloe Grigori on YouTube. She's got some other songs, and we'll share that in our live stream shortly. So while I queue up our interview from earlier that we weren't able to live stream, I am just gonna make another plug for donating to our birthday. We have, aside from the interview, we have one more major event that really builds upon the one that we just had. I'm super excited to end the day talking with Kenneth Morris Jr. and Robert Benz from the Frederick Douglass Family Initiatives, and really dive into some of those meaty questions and issues regarding racism and anti-trafficking and anti-slavery work. So give us a moment and I will bring up that interview with Princess Eugenie. Sorry about that. Still figuring this out. Okay, there we go.
Sometimes people say things that they don't really mean.
Sorry, everyone. Having some technical difficulties. And I actually just realized we told everyone on the live stream that we were going to show the video at a certain time. So I believe we were meant to show it at 7 p.m. So apologies for that. I'm going to wait and show it at 7. So in the interim, I'm going to take a break, get some food, take a stretch, and hopefully you will too. And we'll put some music on for you. Oh. We had a really good program. Mm-hmm. Yeah, to share. Hi, everyone. I am going to share a video from a survivor leader group who's going to be joining us at the World Congress. We showed it earlier this morning, but we know that not everyone was awake, so I will get that going here.
ওয়ার্ল্ড কংগ্রেসের উত্তেজিত কারণ আমাদের এই সারা বিশ্বের ওয়ার্ল্ড কংগ্রেস হচ্ছে, সব সার্ভাইভাররা আমরা একসাথে এবং উত্থান আমরা অর্গানাইজ করছি এই ইভেন্টটা, এই জন্য আরো বেশি আমরা এক্সাইটেড। এই কংগ্রেসের বিভিন্ন
Oops. Sorry about that. I'm going to try that again. Here we go.
আমরা ওয়ার্ল্ড কংগ্রেসের উত্তেজিত কারণ আমাদের এই সারা বিশ্বের ওয়ার্ল্ড কংগ্রেস হচ্ছে, সব সার্ভাইভাররা আমরা একসাথে হবো এবং উত্থান আমরা অর্গানাইজ করছি এই ইভেন্টটা, এই জন্য আরো বেশি আমরা এক্সাইটেড। এই কংগ্রেসের বিভিন্ন এবং আমরা যখন একসাথে দেখা করবো সেখানে আমরা সেটা কিভাবে আটকানো যেতে পারে সমস্যার উপরে কাজ করে সেগুলো আমরা জানতে পারবো। ফান্ডরেজ করা, অর্গানাইজ করা, এটা আমরা ওয়ার্ল্ড কংগ্রেস এই ইভেন্টটা কিভাবে অর্গানাইজ করছে সেটা শিখতে পারবো।
Thanks to Utan for that. I think I'm having some internet difficulties, so give me just a second.
The wind let it go.
Internet is
Congress, because you're bringing survivor voices right into the forefront of everyone's minds. And I found that so important talking to you, Min, when we interviewed you last summer, which I can't believe has been a year nearly.
I know.
Crazy. So I think it's so important what you're doing, and just to be a part of it and to help in any way we can is just really cool for us to be here. So thank you for that. And yeah, I'm just so incredibly proud of everything that's going on for the World Congress in June. And yeah, so let's get into it. I'm going to ask you some questions, which I have to say I'm thrilled no one's asking me questions right now.
Absolutely. And I started the recording just a bit late. So for those of you who didn't catch it before, we are here with Princess Eugenie and the Anti-Slavery Collective, and she is about to grill me with some questions that people submitted in advance.
Yeah, nice question. So tell me, like, first, what inspired you to set up the Survivor Alliance?
Yeah, you know, it came out of being a survivor leader in the United States as a someone with lived experience. I was going around the country and speaking to non-survivors, really, to raise awareness. I think at the time people weren't really sure about human trafficking happening within the US. And I met a lot of other survivor leaders, and we kept seeing that all of the work was driven by allies, non-survivors. And although we were grateful for that, we just kept seeing things being missed, our perspective being missed. And, you know, we would advise other groups, and Survivor Alliance continues to advise organizations, but we realized that we wanted to run our own work, really, and make sure that, you know, from our board, our staff, the mission, everything was driven by survivors. And although we have great allies that promote survivor leadership, there's just something else to us being the decision makers about everything, down to logos and values and every little part of our work. So Survivor Alliance, you know, the term alliance is really about building those alliances between survivors. So breaking down those barriers between men and women, survivors of sex trafficking, labor trafficking, that we all have this shared cause to fight against. So, and then I will say that my inspiration came from the fact that I had the benefit of being educated and had people who would listen to me just on that fact of being educated and being a US citizen. So I wanted to use that privilege to uplift the voices of other survivors.
It's so important, and it's everywhere I've gone in my brief time working in anti-slavery. It's really the forefront. It should be a survivor voice, and has to be. And so it's so wonderful that you set up the Survivor Alliance. So tell me a bit, why is Survivor Alliance highlighting other social justice issues other than human trafficking and slavery?
Yeah, I think, you know, when we think about historical slavery, we typically think about people in chains and chattel slavery, and we had Dr. Hannah Murray talk about Frederick Douglass earlier today, and I think that is just an example of, we thought about that more, yes, as a human rights abuse and kind of propping up this economic system. And so human trafficking is now, it's somewhat talked about in the finance sector and economics. You know, I know you've lifted up some of that work and there's people doing that, but it's often seen as this separate social issue, that human trafficking is not also connected to issues of homelessness and gender-based violence and racism and sexism and so many other things. So we wanted to make sure that people knew Survivor Alliance was in solidarity with those other issues, climate change. We hear from environmentalists later, and then there was something else I've already forgotten. Oh, survivors' identities are not sectioned off. You know, it's not, I'm a survivor of human trafficking and then I take off my gender or my ethnicity, etc. So we want to recognize that for some survivors, different issues are actually at the forefront for them. It's a issue of just so many things. I mean, I could just name them all, you know, so that's sort of why.
So with your work with Survivor Alliance, not just the World Congress, but you're bringing in these issues at all times, right? You're making them very much not just human trafficking and slavery. It's like everything, it coexists really.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's hard because you can only focus on so much, but I think we try to have our members even learn about these different issues. So one of the programs that some of the attendees of our World Congress are from Survivors Lead, our leadership program, and I have been lecturing to our students on it. Not lecturing in the bad way, like giving a lecture.
I was about to say lecturing sounds like such a grown-up word.
But I was just sharing that we have this intersectional approach, and I now totally lost my train of thought. Can you ask that question again?
Yeah, it was just about you bring everything, you coexist, and you've been lecturing on that. So you bring all these issues.
Oh, yes. Sorry, I was talking to them about the disability rights movement and how the phrase "nothing about us without us" comes from the disability rights movement. And so we wanted them to make sure that they know that, you know, and that they understood too that people with mental health disabilities were really key in promoting this idea of user involvement, survivor involvement, lived experience research, and kind of making sure that people who are affected by issues are consulted. So yeah, so we were teaching, I was talking about that. And so we can't, you know, go deep into every other social issue, but that's also where we support survivors in pursuing their own leadership interests. So
it's interesting you talk about climate change, because that was definitely something that when I first got into slavery, I didn't know that it is one of the main, it's a big thing in terms of human trafficking and modern slavery. And it's great that you're bringing that also, you know, into the forefront with what you're doing.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I think it is more and more coming to the forefront because people are seeing that and learning that people are enslaved to deforest the Amazon and even some, you know, cocoa farms. If you do anything in mass scale, it just really destroys the environment. Brick kilns, you know, I think we think about the human cost, which is 100%, you know, what we're about, and the environmental costs are so important. And we think about if we want a world where survivors can live in, you know, have a world to live on after leaving enslavement. So that's
right, and can also fight those issues, like to have something to fight afterwards, you know, when they have been freed from where they are, you know, to fight these issues is so important. Tell me about when you first started, what did you think the organization was going to do when you first set up the Survivor Alliance?
Not totally sure everything. No. We definitely knew we were going to bring survivors together. And we knew that we wanted survivors to support each other as professionals in the field. And so we knew our mission was to unite and empower. And of course, empowering survivors means so many different things. And I knew that we wanted to do some element of research. So that's in our work, because my own background in education showed me how the people who write research can inform policy and practice. So it's something that I learned from people of Indigenous backgrounds, feminist researchers. You know, writing research helps influence change, cultural change, knowledge change. And I knew we wanted to do leadership development and training because it's all the what I wish I knew before I became a survivor leader, and mistakes I made and things that I didn't have mentorship for and just kind of figured out. And sadly, seeing survivors being exploited in anti-trafficking work, not being paid or having their stories shared without their permission, and just mistreated by organizations who meant well, but didn't quite know how to engage survivors properly.
Can you elaborate a bit more on that? How did you even hear about those people going through those situations?
Yeah, I just want to, we are seeing that there's a issue with our YouTube live streaming. So let me just quickly message my team and to try and sort things. And this is recorded, so I think we can definitely share it later if people aren't seeing it live. Okay, so you're asking, how did I get in touch?
Yeah, I was wondering how you specifically heard about these. I mean, I hadn't really thought about the fact that survivors could also be taken advantage of in trafficking work, and that's terrifying to me. I wondered if you could elaborate on that.
Yeah. I mean, I think when I was a survivor starting out and kind of doing this speaking circuit, that was really the only thing I was being asked to do was to tell my story of being trafficked. And at the time I was okay with that because I felt like no one had really known about it. I thought because no one helped me, that must mean we need to raise awareness, which yes, we absolutely do. But then I started saying, oh my gosh, there's all these organizations out there. And then I met other survivors who were supported by those other organizations or just also being invited to speak, and so we would have a chat during the breaks or afterwards and meet each other and kind of just share stories. Also want to shout out to the National Survivor Network, which was started in the US by an NGO cast, and they were connecting survivors to each other as well. And so we would have these phone calls and we would kind of share what's happening, and people would say things like, I didn't even get bus fare to come to this event. And, oh, you were paid for that? I didn't know that I could get paid, so we just started learning about each other's experiences and providing kind of that shared professional support as these independent contractors with people.
What was the exact moment you had this idea? I mean, where were you sitting? I want to kind of vision what moment.
I don't know if there was a moment, but the first thing that comes to my mind is I got an email within the span of a week from 2 other survivor leaders and an ally who basically said, man, you've kind of been talking about this idea. Are you going to do it? Because somebody needs to. And it's like now or never, sort of. So in that moment, I was sitting in my studio apartment in Berkeley, California, and it was a converted garage. I mean, 10 by 10 feet square, like a small place. And I just thought, yeah, I do want to do this and let's do it, and we started having meetings and just like listing out what's missing in the field. What do we really want to see and do? And, we're celebrating our 3rd birthday. So technically we publicly launched in 2018, but we started really thinking about all this in 2016. And it took a year to kind of get everything together and write proposals. I think looking in my documents, I saw the first proposal was October 2016. And
wow.
Yeah, and then it took until 2017 to kind of get officially registered and, eventually we got our 501c3, which is equivalent to charity status in the US. And yeah, so although this is our officially 3rd birthday, I think this is more like a more than Yeah. Yeah.
So you set it up in America, but are you also a charity in the UK?
So we are what is it called? A community interest company in the UK, but we're working on charity status. And we started in America, but then within not that long, I moved to the UK to do my PhD. And one of our first supporters was the Rights Lab and gave us some money to hire a survivor who helped us launch 3 years ago. So we had decided in that moment where I knew I was coming to the UK that we should be international. I had been fighting it because I thought, I'm a US citizen. There's US survivors who are not thought about because everyone in the US would think, oh, this happens abroad. So I wanted to focus on issues in my own backyard. But when I started really connecting across types of trafficking, it was clear, we have non-US citizen survivors who needed support too. And so that made it easier in many ways to move to the UK and kind of still launch, because being this international survivor alliance, it didn't really matter where exactly we were. So yeah, it's.
And how do you, what do you see as the differences between work in the UK and US? I mean, I guess the right, like you just said, the whole point of Survivor Alliance is it's worldwide and anyone can be a part of it and be a member if you're a survivor.
Yeah, I think there are a few differences. So there were other survivor groups in the UK prior to me joining, and there were other individual survivors who were public and doing work. It's so tricky because just because I didn't know about it, I don't want to say it didn't exist, but certainly I think since Survivor Alliance has started, there's been more engagement with researchers and other NGOs about survivor engagement and survivor voice. So I found it not to be a part of the mainstream anti-slavery movement in the UK to systematically include the voices of survivors. In the US, things had started switching from focusing on international trafficking to domestic trafficking. And whereas in the UK, I find it I found it refreshing that people were focused on both. I think there are British survivors who still are less or not as recognized as survivors of modern slavery, but I felt like professionals were recognizing that it's not useful to focus on just one or some other community. And so I think what's different in the UK is the awareness about engaging with survivors, how far advanced people are in doing that is different. But the UK is also just much smaller. And so in the United States, trying to do things, it's really hard to kind of get the whole nation synced up. And so here, I've gone down to London quite a lot. And I think because of this smaller country, or, Great Britain being connected, so, you could go from one end to the other within the same day as going from Northern California to Southern California. I saw that there was more communication across the country, and you could have more effect wider.
I think something that I've noticed is also like one blueprint for one country is different to another. As you rightly say, like America is vast and each state is run by its own person. So it's trickier. But again, like it's so important what you're doing. We just got to get you out there more.
We're just gonna need to get out, period, more.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So the question I've got here is how do I know my money is going to be used wisely, which sounds rather tough, but where does, if people are donating to Survivor Alliance, where does their money go?
Yeah, so just a quick note to everybody that unfortunately we can't solve the live streaming issue, but this is being recorded, so we will play it later on our YouTube page. And so when people do hear this, they'll hear that the money goes straight to all of our charitable work. And I suppose it's going to be spent well because we have to file taxes and we share our financial documents on our website. We're regulated by government bodies. And actually, that's partly why we want to be regulated by the Charities Commission. It's much more transparent than being regulated by the Companies House, because I think it's fair that people, when you're donating your public money, it should be transparent. So if you see me buying a mansion, then you'll know it went to my pocket, but I won't be doing that anytime soon. And so you will see it in our reports. You'll see it in the fact that we put on the conference and we put on the events. And later, if people join us, we've got a slideshow that shares kind of where the money goes in terms of, £3 pays for a printed brochure and £20 pays for mobile data and that kind of stuff.
And also research, because that's so important to your sort of mission is education and research. So that must also be part of it.
Yeah, so one of the areas of our work in terms of empowering survivors is to become researchers. And so we are trying to train folks if they want to become like formal researchers in terms of go do their master's or PhD, etc. But we also are trying to follow this model of peer research, really spearheaded in the mental health field, as I mentioned, by disability rights activists. So there are survivors who identify as mental health service users, and in the UK, there's something called the National Survivor User Network, and really training people to be peer researchers, because usually researchers are non-survivors interacting with survivors or whomever they're researching, whereas survivor researchers are interacting with essentially their peers, and that's why it's called peer research. And so it's everything from the purpose of research to how do you manage yourself when you're hearing similar stories as your own. But we also have survivor researchers contribute to developing interview questions, or if survivors aren't doing the interviewing, maybe they're giving feedback to academics about what questions to ask, what questions to explore, survey information, kind of methods and all of that. So really trying to make sure that survivor inclusion is part of the entire process.
And if you'd like to, and if you're willing to discuss this, how do you manage your own story and sort of trauma as you do?
Well, that's a good question. Well, I'm not ashamed to share that I go to therapy twice a week. At some points in my life, it's been therapy plus therapy groups or support groups. It's ebbed and flowed in terms of how much. And I definitely have a community outside of this work. I think it's really important. At Survivor Alliance, we talk about our work is not really work. It's our passion, our purpose, our vocation. But still, we need to turn it off and do other things. So we have self-care days, and I try and pursue other hobbies and keep myself physically active. There's a book called The Body Keeps the Score by Bessel van der Kolk, and he really writes about how trauma gets in the body. And so I'm trying to explore more about doing yoga and softer forms of exercise, whereas I used to kind of get it all out by playing football and running and that kind of stuff. So
wow, playing football. Cool.
Yeah. So just on my self-care list is trying to do some physical activity every day, getting outdoors. I really like rambling and walking and trekking, camping. Just the outdoors and nature is so healing for me. Yeah, getting fresh air and all of that.
And is your story, you know, do you share it regularly with the survivor members in the alliance, or is it something that you keep more private?
Yeah, that's really interesting. I think it depends. Although I'm not a therapist in general, but also to our members, I really want to focus it on their voices, because I have so many opportunities like this. People could be hearing me all day. I want to make sure that our members get to share their voices and not just their stories, but I do, because I think I've learned that it's really different sharing my story with survivors than it is sharing the public. You know, I do have moments and places where I've shared my story, and I would say that was more in my early days as a survivor leader, or early years. But I've noticed that when I do share experiences, people feel more confident to share their own and share lessons that they've had and connect with me, you know. And I think people can look at me and think, oh, she's so put together and articulate and all these things, but you know, I still have my struggles, and I didn't get here magically. Like, I put in the grit, you know. So I also had lots of opportunities that other folks don't. So I want people to know that I'm aware of that it isn't magic, that I got here, not just because I put a lot of work in, but because I had the privilege of access to therapy and access to decent therapy. And that's not available to everybody.
Right. And is it something, I mean, do the survivor members, the survivor leaders, do they get access to therapy if they become part of the Survivor Alliance?
Not really.
Is that like a dream for the Survivor Alliance to be able to have like a network of people that could help?
Yeah, it's yes and no. So we want our therapeutic work to be under the guise of what we call clinical supervision. So, for example, my personal therapy is separate, you know, like dealing with my unique history, but the work itself is really emotional and challenging. So even if you're a therapist who's not a survivor, or you're a social worker, you get something called clinical supervision. And it's like help deal with what we know as secondary trauma or vicarious trauma, because hearing other people's stories or hearing what struggles people go through can really affect you, and you could get trauma just by hearing it and working with people. So for myself and our staff, we get clinical supervision. And then when we have events like the World Congress, we will have people who have a mental health background there to support folks. So it's a vision and goal and current commitment to make sure that we have that available as much as possible. But it is such a need beyond survivor leadership. You know, we focus on housing and legal support, but mental health support is not a big focus, even though people talk about it in terms of access. So I'm also super excited that there's a survivor leader who runs an organization in the US called You Are More Than, and they are working on making sure that therapy, like private therapy, is available to survivors. And they also do kind of other wellness-based work, and they want to have what's it called? Like directory of therapists who have been vetted, who know how to work with survivors, because it's a really unique population in terms of the therapeutic needs.
And if I'm a survivor, or if I'm actually in enslavement now, and I'm sort of unable to know what to do, how would I hear about the Survivor Alliance, and how would someone access your network, because it's so important. And if you have access to a computer, I assume you're anywhere across the world, you can join Survivor Alliance, but I guess that has to be part of it. But I'm wondering about people who want to become a member and haven't yet quite got.
Yeah, thank you. So you can go, I believe, to survivoralliance.org/membership or survivoralliance.org, and click on survivors and you'll get there. And unfortunately, we are still working on getting all of our materials translated, but there are in different languages. You can click to see what it means to be a member. I think we've got French, Spanish, Swahili, Bengali, Albanian. So yeah, but really nowadays, most people are hearing through word of mouth or NGOs. So we've got, through my decade plus in the anti-slavery movement, we just have built good relationships with anti-slavery organizations, and like you all, and by you sharing about us, I think survivors actually have found us by social media. So we haven't done as many outreach events as we used to, but our members are really great about sharing with people they know. And I think that's one of the benefits of Survivor Alliance is there's just people who don't engage with the mainstream anti-trafficking, anti-slavery organizations that are afraid to be public for safety reasons. And so because survivors' trust is gold to them, they will join because a fellow survivor is saying, this is a organization worth their salt and kind and empathetic and all of that. So yeah, I think we have over 350 members from over 20 something countries and growing, which we definitely can't work with in depth, but we're working on expanding.
Yeah, well, this is why it's so important what you're doing today and going forward at the World Congress. But is that something else that I found, like, friends of mine who have mental health issues or whatever it is, it's but group work is so important. And I mean, that's something that you do at Survivor Alliance. Group work, like, do you, and because we're all on our computers now, is there a way that, do you do sort of like Zoom group chats about how to help each other and that kind of thing? Yeah.
So we try, because we're really focused on not providing direct service and not over promising to survivors what we can provide. Our membership coordinator runs fortnightly, or that's every other week for anyone in the US, chats. So they're called social calls. And that's anybody in our membership is welcome. Also, people who might be interested to join but don't want to fully commit yet can join. Those did start just before the pandemic, and they've been a great way to connect. So I wouldn't call them like groups or peer support or therapy groups per se, but I think just a place to connect for sure. So I think our hope is that some of the Survivor Alliance chapters and members, that if they're interested, that they can get upskilled and trained by Survivor Alliance to run more official peer support groups. So we did do a training on peer mentoring, so our members could learn how to do peer mentoring. And then we recently launched a befriending program. So sometimes, churches have befrienders, but this program is more about survivors befriending each other, and hopefully survivors who are in like a place that they feel they can befriend, then they offer that. And, you can also switch, like maybe later you're stressed and you need a befriender too.
Right. And what is your dream for the Survivor Alliance? Where do you see yourself with it?
I would love a building, and obviously we can't have everybody there all the time, but I would like just a physical space that people can come from all over the world. Survivors can travel and come visit us, and survivors are painting the space, their own artwork is up. We could have rooms where people are hosting their peer support groups or their chapter meetings. We have a whole other corridor that's like our academy and our school.
Love this. You need this now.
Yes. It's so, yeah, I mean, gosh, it would be so great if we had earlier, as I mentioned, and later we're going to hear from, earlier we heard about Frederick Douglass, and later we're talking with Frederick Douglass's great-great-grandson. And Frederick Douglass had this newspaper called the North Star. And there have been some folks in the US who've kind of started this North Star paper. But I've been dreaming about survivors having our own like newspaper, or probably by the time we can do it, people won't even know what paper is, but yeah, like our own media, because this is a big thing. Survivors like representation and photos and how to do that safely and ethically. Just to paint a picture of survivors as more than these downtrodden victims and traumatized people.
Lift them up.
Yeah.
And then who are your idols? And who do you look for? Who do you look to when you need guidance? That's a good question.
Wow, who are my idols? Well, I've been watching RuPaul's Drag Race a lot lately.
Oh my gosh.
And gosh, I wish I could have all that fashion. I mean, I do love RuPaul, and but I think I do go to a lot of feminists, Audre Lorde, Maya Angelou. Oh gosh, so many. Frederick Douglass. Some people in my life now, you know, just close friends, and but I think I probably touched back in with Frederick Douglass the most, because I think that was the first book. His narrative was the first book I read where I felt seen. And, you know, I never felt like it was my place at the time to say I am a survivor of slavery, because I didn't know about this larger movement and the interconnections. But yeah, so much of his work and his words, and the fact that he committed his life to working with other people and freeing other people and himself mentally. There's just so many. I could go on, but
if you could have one dinner with anyone in the world, alive or dead, like you have to have 5 people.
Oh my goodness.
You can think about it for a minute.
Okay.
And I can ask you other questions.
Okay.
I've got some other questions here that have come through in the chat.
Okay.
One is, could you explain a bit, and then at the end you can tell me who your like dinner date.
Okay.
Could Min explain a bit about the main challenges of being a survivor leader?
Could I? I don't know. I could. I mean, I think in my role, what is really challenging is going against the grain a lot of the time. It is great to be a pioneer in some senses, but it's hard. I want somebody else to look to in this particular work, you know, and so constantly bringing up the alternative perspective. I don't want people to turn me off because I'm, you know, or think I'm a one-trick pony. But I really believe in survivor empowerment and lived experience expertise for a reason, and that it's rooted. It's not just because I'm a survivor and I want to be heard. You know, it's rooted in deep, long history of being an activist and reading and learning and speaking to people. Like, it just, my commitment to it continues. But it's hard to have to keep fighting for our value in some ways. Because internally I've had to work to fight for my own sense of my value, and that I don't need external validation for it all the time, but not never, but so when you don't get external validation, or you get pushed back, or or even just people don't even, there's some people who don't even assume that there could be a survivor in the room when you're talking about anti-slavery work. And I just feel, if I, as a privileged executive director of an organization, can feel that in a space, it's okay, bless you. What are other survivors going to experience and feel in that space?
It's like you've got double the work, because I think a lot of women especially feel very low self-worth and low validation, and it's difficult, but then on top of that, if you're a survivor, you've got to almost help prove to yourself that your value is much more than what someone who has enslaved you for however long has made you believe. And then on top of that, you have the label of survivor leader, which is so important because you can inspire others, but you're in that bracket already, right? So it's like it's such a complex thing. But then I keep coming back to like the fact that you're so inspiring, men, and you've got it going with everything you've been thrown at you in your life, and yet you're doing what you're doing. So you're kind of the perfect example of a challenges that survivor leaders have to face, but also that you can achieve what you've achieved, and it can be so inspiring for others,
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that. I mean, I think to any survivor leaders who are listening, if the streaming is working or will listen, I want to say, I have days where I tell my team, like, I can't work today. I'm in a puddle and I'm going to turn on RuPaul and watch a marathon of that, or be in bed, or struggle with depression and post-traumatic stress disorder and have nightmares and anxiety. Like those exist for me. For better or for worse, my coping mechanisms are suitable for society, like working or
walking
and working.
Sorry, walking and trekking and being outside.
Yeah. And I could see places where
sorry, I froze.
No, it's okay. Somehow, some people have coping mechanisms that unfortunately, addiction or other things, or just didn't have access to resources. And so I feel lucky in that regard, but it can also get lonely as a survivor leader, especially because the anti-slavery movement has so few survivor leaders in the senior levels. So the types of meetings that I'm going to as an executive director, I'm usually the only one, and then being a woman and being a Vietnamese American woman, I mean, there's just so many things. But in the end, the challenges I feel like are worth it. I told my staff, like, there are very few days where I feel like I don't want to do this work, because one, my team's amazing and I love them. Shout out to everybody who's probably frantically trying to figure out the live streaming. But also it's such a joy to walk. My freedom is bound up with the freedom of others, and it's such a joy to walk with others as we explore what it means to be human.
That was a really cool saying. My freedom is bound up with the freedom of others. It's so amazing that you are who you are, and you're at all these meetings, and you're telling everyone what's what, So cool. Important. I love it. Go women. So one of the questions I have is, what do you mean by Survivor Alliance Academy? I love that.
Oh, yeah. So that arm of our building that we will have one day, quite literally, I'd love it to be a school. Access to education is really difficult because no matter at what stage survivors are exploited, especially as children, you could be interrupted in your schooling. As adults, maybe you couldn't pursue higher education. And so it's really hard to get back into school. I mean, it's hard to just get through school. So we want to have an academy that allows people to get the formal degree, but we also pursue something called liberatory education. And it's really having people learn how to think, not like just putting knowledge into their brains, but more problem-based education, where you're learning by doing, you're learning by engaging with the material hands-on, that's, I think universities now think of it as placements, like you go in the real world and learn, but survivors have had all this real life experience. How do they supplement that with maybe some other knowledge? So our current program, Survivors Lead, is the start of that, where it's a year-long class essentially about being a survivor leader. And it's everything from reading feminist theory to learning how to write an agenda, to learning about the disability rights movements, to exploring one's own trauma triggers. So we would love for this class to be, in person post-pandemic, and also to have the opportunity to do it online as well for people who can't physically be there, or because we're international. And that it goes beyond this 1 year program. This is just like in universities, you start with level 1 or A levels, and then you go to the next level and the next level, and then hopefully have some trajectories to get PhDs and pursue research degrees. It would be great if survivors are, we've got an accommodation and housing, just like there's dormitories at universities, and survivors are the kind of resident managers and leading social events and talent shows and all kinds of things like that. So
I love it. I absolutely love that.
Yeah.
And is there anything, seeing as we didn't get many questions from the live streaming, is there any questions that you want to ask me at all, that might, I don't know.
Yeah, thanks. I love that. I think, what do you think you've learned from talking to survivors?
That's a really good question. So I when I first got into the trafficking world, I actually couldn't believe that this was even I couldn't believe that it was an issue. I really couldn't, when I was so naive back in the day about what was going on, that firstly it was like the shock of it that modern slavery was something that existed, and then on top of that, it's like when you meet survivors and you see what they're achieving and who they are and their characters. And we met, the Anti-Slavery Collective is founded because we met a survivor in a safe house, and she was so strong and powerful and, impressive, that we immediately were like, my God, the idiotic thing about like, oh, I'm stuck in traffic, or it's raining, or I don't know, something stupid like that you go through it day to day, was just like, what am I talking about? It's complete dribble. And this girl was like, I really want to help fight the cause, and I really want to, it's so amazing what you're doing. And she was sort of telling us that, and I was thinking, you're amazing. You have overcome this. You're now standing there looking chic as anything and wanting to fight and continue with life. And so many of us who have never been through anything like your members have want to go upstairs and hide under a duvet and watch RuPaul all day long, but we can't, because there really isn't, we haven't gone through anything like what you have. And when this girl sort of said, I want to fight and I want to work and I want to do this, I'm just like, well, I can't really say anything now. Like, you're incredible. And she really inspired us to set up the collective. So
Wow.
the survivor voice has always been so integral, and it should be so integral. But there's definitely something that organizations like mine and other organizations need to learn about, which is, not continuously asking a survivor to retell her story or his story if they don't want to. And what you've done with Survivor Alliance is you're creating a safe space for survivors to talk together. And I think as a trafficking movement, we're really good at making the survivor voice important, but it's got to now be something where it's got to have that level of respect, which is like, you don't need to keep telling it,
Yeah.
So that's something I've learned.
Yeah, thank you for that. How do you think for tips for other allies to learn that, or because we hear people are, I think, well-intentioned and kind of like, well, I'm afraid to say the wrong thing, and like, what would you say to folks?
So you're talking about like allies who would be looking to,
Oh.
I think it's all about energy. And I know that sounds kind of mumbo jumbo, but I really believe in it. Like you've got to be able to feel how that person is feeling. And I can never put myself in anyone's shoes who's been through anything like this, but it's got to be a point of like, if you feel comfortable with me, then it can come out on its own. It doesn't need to be something like I need to push you.
Oh.
So I feel like anyone who's working in the trafficking movement and wanting to create change has to have that level of EQ. My mum calls it emotional. What's the Q?
I think it's quotient.
Yeah.
Like in IQ is intelligence quotient, I think.
EQ. So I don't know. I feel like if I can help one person at a time, then I'm doing something good. So if I can also help one ally at a time to know how to prioritize survivor voices, but not to sort of pressure them, I think that's pretty cool. I'll try and do that as well.
Thanks.
Have you thought about your perfect dinner yet?
I have. This is such a go-to answer, but it's really true for me. Actually, I'm going to change my answer right now. So I'm actually going to say June Jordan. She is a poet. I usually say Maya Angelou, but June Jordan actually, in my last semester of uni, which was also the same time that I escaped my situation, just a whole nother story. Watch my TED Talk. I took this class called June Jordan Poetry for the People. Shout out to my fellow P for P students. And it was so beautiful because I learned about, it was so cathartic for me. I mean, like just like musicians write about pain and all this stuff, poetry, I just kind of, it flowed and flowed and flowed. And that was such a big part of my healing that I would talk to June Jordan about her experience and learn, how did you keep going? How did you sustain poetry? How did you sustain feminism and like kind of that art form as social justice, ever since the recent US presidential inauguration, Amanda Gorman in the US, as a poet, just so moving, right? And I think there's something about poetry and music, but poetry particularly for me, that communicates something about my experience that other words and other forms don't. So I would love to, kind of just sit and listen. And I would want to do the cooking because I also like cooking and love sharing Vietnamese cuisine with people. So I think it would also help me deal with my anxiety of being in a room with like someone I'm a fan of,
Yeah. Well, maybe I should come over for Vietnamese food. That sounds delicious.
Oh my gosh.
I come for dinner as well.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Bystander. I'll bring the pudding.
There you go. So
Oh, and it was so amazing to talk to you today.
yeah, thank
I'm just
you.
sorry you had YouTube streaming issues, but everyone can watch it later, I hope.
Yeah, definitely. Well, thank you so much. And thank you again for supporting the World Congress. We look forward to having you there and enjoy this lovely spring day. All right, everyone. Hope you enjoyed that. Just going to do a quick musical interlude and a quick break before we move on to our next event.
Guess you don't need it. I guess you don't want me to repeat it. But everything I have to give, I'll give to you. It's not like we planned it. You tried to stay, but you could not stand it. To see me shut down slow as though it was an easy thing to do. Listen when all of this around us fall, I tell you what we're gonna do. Hey, you will shelter me, my love, and I will shelter you. I will shelter you.
All right. Welcome, Kenneth.
Hi there.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am doing all right. You are our last event for the evening, so thanks for being here. Super excited to have a chat with you. I think we're just waiting for Robert.
Okay. Yeah, I just spoke to him a second ago, so he should be joining us.
Okay, great. Do you have any recommendations for after this? Some of our closeout tunes I've basically been radio disc jockeying all day, so.
Freedom songs are always good. There's a great Beyonce freedom song. The Power of One by Israel is a great song.
Yeah, good one. Okay. So you're out there in California, that's right?
Yes, so it's just midday in California. So this is an evening event for you and an afternoon event for me. The
Yeah,
beauty of technology, right?
absolutely. We're learning that very well during this pandemic. So,
Yeah.
And any fun plans for this weekend or?
My daughter is coming over with her fiance later today, and we're going to have a nice early dinner. But as far as the weekend, just work. There's so much to catch up on. How about you?
if I say it live, I might get caught red-handed. No, I will be resting a little bit, but I do have some work, particularly preparing for my PhD defense on Tuesday. So,
Oh, that's coming up Tuesday. Okay, yeah. Got
indeed,
a lot of work to do. Well, I wish you the best with that. I know you will knock it out of the park, I'm sure.
I thank you. I hope my reviewers are listening right now. Won't disappoint. No. Yeah. So as we wait for our final guest, just to share with those who are listening that this is part 2 of a conversation that Kenneth and I had last year, about almost exactly a year ago. And, in response to George Floyd's murder and the Black Lives Matter resurgence. I mean, I don't know that it ever really left, just a very active movement, and really just felt like we needed to be more proactive in talking about racism and anti-trafficking and anti-slavery. So thanks for wanting to do this follow-on conversation. To those who are joining us again, last time we heard more about your work as Frederick Douglass Family Initiatives, and really your perspective on why your organization really focuses on anti-racism and contemporary forms of slavery. So maybe as we wait for Robert, if you want to just do a quick intro to Frederick Douglass Family Initiatives for folks who might not know, and we'll
I definitely can do that. I did receive a text from Robert, saying that he can't join.
Oh no, okay.
Yeah, it said he was expelled earlier, and maybe it remembers that. I don't know what that means.
Oh, he can't join the actual. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see what I can do here.
While you're doing that, I'll go ahead and do a brief introduction. My name is Ken Morris, and I'm co-founder and president of Frederick Douglass Family Initiatives. We're an abolitionist and anti-racist organization with a mission to build strong children and to end systems of exploitation and oppression. We're based in Rochester, New York, which is the adopted hometown of the great abolitionist Frederick Douglass. I am his great-great-great-grandson, and I'm also the great-great-grandson of Booker T. Washington. And we started our organization in 2007. My co-founder is Robert Benz, who is trying to join us now, as well as my mother, Nettie Washington Douglass. My mom is the person that united the bloodlines of the Frederick Douglass and Booker T. Washington families through the union of her parents. Her mother, Nettie Hancock Washington, was Booker T. Washington's granddaughter, and her father, Frederick Douglass III, was Frederick Douglass's great-grandson. My grandparents met in 1941 at Tuskegee Normal School and Institute, which is a school that Booker T. Washington founded in 1881 at the age of 25 years old. My grandparents happened to be on campus the same night, and my grandmother was rushing across to get to the other side to meet friends. My grandfather, who was a surgeon, he had been commissioned down to Tuskegee by the Veterans Administration during World War II. He was rushing across to the other side to eat in the student cafeteria, which is a place he had never dined before. They had their own dining hall. So they were rushing across, and they literally bumped into each other, didn't know that the other descended from an historic family. They fell in love at first sight and wound up getting married 3 months later. And then when my mom, Nettie Washington Douglass, was born, she was the first person to unite the bloodlines of the historic families, and she was an only child. So I have the honor and privilege of being the first male to carry that dual lineage. So I'm very proud to descend from 2 of this country's most influential heroes. We started our organization in 2007, as I mentioned. Robert had given me a National Geographic magazine, and the cover story was 21st Century Slaves. And it was about human trafficking and slavery still existing all over the world, including here in the United States. And up until that time, I really wasn't that connected to my lineage for a lot of reasons. I had seen what the pressure had done to those that came before me. And I was just happy to be a businessman owning my own advertising and marketing company, a father of 2 daughters and a husband. And I'm good. Don't talk to me about this Douglas and Washington stuff. But when I read that article, and it really just impacted me in a way that got me thinking about, this idea that if Frederick Douglass were still here today, what would he say and what would he do about slavery still existing? And I thought, like many others, that slavery had ended with the work of Douglass and the abolitionists and the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation and the 13th Amendment. So I had this moment one evening, which I'll never forget, when I started to do more research after reading that initial National Geographic article. And I was reading about a young girl that was forced to be a sex slave in the brothels of Southeast Asia. And she was 12 years old. And my older daughter, Jenna, was 12 at that time. And I just had this moment when I walked in to say goodnight to my daughters that I just couldn't look them in the eyes and really walk away and not do something about this, especially since I do have this platform that my ancestors have built through struggle and through sacrifice. And perhaps we could leverage the historical significance of my ancestry to do something about the issue. And so we started the organization and turned immediately to schools. And we wrapped our presentations within the context of history and starting to talk about historical slavery, the slavery that we're most familiar with. And then we would kind of gently transition into talking about contemporary forms of slavery. And that allowed us to get into schools because I think wrapping it within the context of history really softened the edges of some very prickly subjects, which includes talking about racism in the United States and the enslavement of people of African descent.
Thank you so much. It's a history that I referenced just earlier that I tap into quite a lot. So I'm very grateful for your ancestors. It gives me lots of inspiration, as do you and Robert, as we still, work to have him join. I'd love to hear, just to set some context for everyone joining, we are going to talk until about 9, and then we'll have time for questions. So please put those in the YouTube comment box. And, we're trying to make this as candid as possible. And there have been some events recently that obviously raise talk to this topic directly, but I want to make sure everyone listening knows we're focusing on racism in the United States context. So although Survivor Alliance is international, I'm a US citizen, born and raised in California, experienced my trafficking in California, and we want to recognize that although racism is global, each national context, even smaller micro contexts, have different effects and impact on people. So, it's already complex enough just to deal with the United States. So we're going to focus there. So any other questions or comments related to elsewhere, we can try to address, but we just want to recognize our own areas of expertise and experience. So with that, I would love to hear your thoughts on why do you think highlighting racism and ending racism is so important in the anti-human trafficking work that you do?
Well, when you look at the history of this country and 400 years of oppression and enslavement of people of African descent, I don't think that you can even address issues of human trafficking today unless we really look at the history of this country and the history of oppression and enslavement. And again, enslavement of Black people. Both of my ancestors were born into slavery, and they experienced the most horrific conditions that anybody could be subjected to. But yet through the power of education, they were able to, rise up out of that condition and institution to go on to positively affect change in the world. So, as I mentioned a moment ago, when we started our organization and we turned immediately to schools, we started in schools really in underserved areas where young people were most vulnerable to becoming victims of human trafficking. And, you know, in this country, the history has been told by those that are in power, and like every country around the world, but, you know, in particular in this country, the way that history has been told, the narrative that has been shaped, has placed people of African descent and Native American descent in inferior positions, and that's by design. And so I remember being in school, in middle school and high school, and, you know, learning about people in history, and they were always white men. You know, even if we were talking about the pioneers that forged new frontiers into the West, we were never given the Black pioneers that forged new frontiers into the West long before the Davy Crockett's and Daniel Boone's that we were taught about.
Yeah.
And it's a whitewashed, sanitized version of history. And again, it's by design to prop up white supremacy. And whenever I'm in schools and I talk to students and I talk about, you know, being the great-great-great-grandson and the great-great-grandson and all those greats, it sounds like I'm very far removed, but in fact, I'm not at all, because my great-grandmother, to whom I was very close, she met Frederick Douglass when she was a little girl and she lived to be 103. And my Aunt Portia, to whom I was also very close, lived to be 95, and she was Booker T. Washington's daughter. And so I remember being a little boy and a teenager, and they could tell me firsthand stories about them and their experience in slavery. So even with all of those greats, I'm just one person away from each man, and I'm one person away from slavery. And I tell you that story because, you know, 150 plus years after the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation and the ratification of the 13th Amendment, we're still dealing with the remnants of slavery in this country today in all aspects of American life. And so when you start to look at human trafficking today and anti-trafficking work, I don't see how you can do it without having an anti-racist lens on it.
Yeah, you know, thanks for that story. It actually reminds me, you know, I'm sure you and others have heard about what happened in Atlanta recently with the murders of Asian women in the in the massage parlors, sorry. And, you know, we don't know if they were forced to be there and whatnot. But it's, you know, talk about that separately, but certainly after that, various people, I think, you know, late night shows are educating people about anti-Asian racism and how people don't even think about, like, Chinese people came and built the railroads in the United States, and there was the 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act that it was one of the only immigration policies that excluded a particular country of people to enter the United States. And it just kind of goes on in terms of the use of race and nationality, ethnicity, you know, as I feel like an easy or lazy form of dehumanization.
Yeah, and you make a great point. And so if you think about, you know, and when we talk about history, you know, history is not just about the past, but it's also about the present, and it's about the future. And the better that we know where we come from, the better I think we can navigate in the world in which we live. And so thinking about the past and historic slavery and the way a group of people were made in other to justify dehumanizing them, taking away their freedom, brutalizing them, exploiting them. And so they would talk about people of African descent as not worthy of freedom, not worthy of citizenship. They're less than human. Perhaps they're better off in slavery. They're getting some level of quote unquote measured care. They're getting the Christian religion, listen to the happy songs that they're singing. Slavery can't be that bad. And Frederick Douglass was very intentional in presenting himself through photography as a man worthy of freedom, worthy of citizenship. And he said, you know, when you look at a photograph of me, you're never going to deny that I'm a man. And when you're going to look me in the eyes and see my humanity, and I'm never going to look like a happy, amiable fugitive slave. And so that's within an historical context, but we can look at examples today where groups of people are made and other. They're coming to invade our country. They're coming to infest our country. They're criminals. They're rapists. Justification for mistreating these human beings and taking away their children and throwing them in cages or putting them in cages. You know, I used to think that that old line that people talk about, if we don't know our history, we're bound to repeat it. I used to believe that. I don't necessarily believe that anymore, because I think that history just takes on new shape and new form, or, you know, these ugly monsters of slavery and oppression, and they'll rear their heads, you know, in other ways. And we just continue to see the same issues, you know, over and over again. And we really need to have a reckoning with our past, truth telling, you know, an honest conversation about where we came from, and not just dismiss it as it happened so long ago. And, you know, why should I have to account for the sins of my ancestors?
Hmm.
Looks like Robert is joining us.
Yeah. Hi, Robert.
Amen. I've joined on my phone, so.
Okay. Sorry for the technical difficulties.
That's all right.
So welcome to Robert Benz, co-founder of Frederick Douglass Family Initiatives. Robert, we were just talking about, you know, why it's so important to talk about racism and its connection to anti-trafficking. And Kenneth was just talking about, you know, history taking new forms. And so if you'd like to just, you know, brief intro to yourself and jump into the conversation when and wherever you see fit.
Sure, thanks, Min. So, you know, I was one of the founders, as you mentioned, with Ken Morris and Eddie Washington Douglas, Frederick Douglass Family Initiatives. My role in the organization has been to develop our strategic initiatives, really. And that has centered around human trafficking prevention education for many years. You know, we began working on the TVPA legislation in 2016 with the idea that we'd like to change the perception of TVPA, which we thought was always a reaction to people being trafficked, and a focus on intervention, where we thought there should be more focus on prevention. So that's when we recommended the idea of adding more language around prevention education and changing the title of the bill. And I think that, you know, that legislation, just like everything else, has to evolve. And we hope that now is the time that we begin talking about human trafficking in the context of race and risk factors that include race. When we started this, the part of the narrative was that this is a new kind of slavery that there is no race about this. Everyone is equally vulnerable, and so we think that, for instance, that TVPA needs to continue to evolve and begin to add some language about race.
Thanks, Robert. So it's the Frederick Douglass Trafficking Victims Prevention and Protection Act is
correct.
Yeah. So for those of you who might not know, the TVPA was signed into law in 2000 first, Trafficking Victims Protection Act. So Robert's highlighting that not only were they able to add Frederick Douglass's name to it, but to highlight prevention. And I absolutely think that's so important, because so many interventions have been, like you said, reactive. And I mean, really, now it's interesting. My brain just said sticky plaster, which means UK has seeped into me. A Band-Aid approach in terms of, getting people out, supporting them, and even this rescue model. So what are some lessons that you both think that we do need to take from abolitionists like Frederick Douglass and Booker T. Washington that we haven't learned despite all these years?
Well, if I could just pick up on one thing that Robert said, he talked about this idea that we've kind of created this narrative that, modern day slavery is an issue that affects every race in the human family. And I think that when we do that, it erases the racist history, that encapsulates the word slavery in America. I was guilty of that when we started, when I started, educating myself on this issue, and I would go around saying, yes, it affects every race in the human family. And, it's not just Black people that are enslaved in the world today. But I think that we really need to change that narrative because, as I said in my opening remarks, we need to look at this work with an anti-racist lens, everything that we do. As far as Booker T. Washington, Frederick Douglass, what could we learn from them? Education was key for them to liberate themselves. And we know from our US history, it was illegal to teach an enslaved person to read and write, so they would have to steal their education. But Frederick Douglass knew at a very young age, when he heard his master say, education will unfit him to be a slave, that was going to be his key to freedom. And he would eventually self-educate himself and then self-liberate himself, which is an important term, self-liberation, because again, in US history, we've been given this narrative that a bunch of white men sat around the table and President Lincoln freed the slaves. And it totally erases the work that Black people did to self-liberate themselves. So education really is the key, even today, educating ourselves on the challenge of racism and bringing, again, this anti-racist lens to everything that we do, to all of our work.
Yeah, absolutely. What are your thoughts, Robert, on that?
Well, I think that it's hard for, I think it's hard for us, especially speaking from a white male American, to think outside of a colonial perspective, and that I find that I've had some meetings with folks, again, going back to the TVPA and how we now begin to incorporate language around race in the TVPA, so we can start to change our perception of this issue in that way. And it's hard because we start in a paradigm of our colonial perception of the world, and I think it's in my head. I'm still trying to wrap my head around how we talk about this and what is the best way to do it and frame it in a way, especially for those who may not agree with us.
Yeah, I think that colonial and imperialist history is usually shuts conversations down, right? I think it's maybe on both sides because it's so massive in where you begin, and also because it's quite uncomfortable. But certainly no good work is easy. So I think, part of this conversation I'm just interested in is how do we build it into a new framework for addressing anti-trafficking, like you're saying, Robert. There's the idea of incremental change, right? But then is it the whole 4 Ps are still in, like you said, in that colonial framework? So it needs to be a different framework altogether.
Well, when you talk about incremental change, we've seen that throughout history, and incremental change is not something that Frederick Douglass was satisfied with. It was not something that Martin Luther King was satisfied with, because when you talk about, yeah, well, let's slow down, we're moving too fast. You know, the women's rights movement is a great example of that. So Frederick Douglass was the only man to speak at the Seneca Falls Women's Rights Convention in 1848. And he was asked to speak because there was this contentious debate that was happening between Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Lucretia Mott, who was her mentor. And Cady Stanton wanted to insert women's suffrage into the Declaration of Sentiments. And Mott thought that asking for such an improbable demand, people would not take the movement seriously. And so Frederick Douglass was asked to talk about it, and he argued eloquently in favor of inserting the resolution, and it passed unanimously. And so here's an example of, you know, people, in this case, you know, white women, that were talking about incremental progress is okay. We need to move slowly on this, while Black women were completely locked out of the Seneca Falls Convention anyway. Martin Luther King, in a speech in 1950 something, he was very critical about who he called quasi liberals, who were saying, you know, we're making progress, so let's slow down. We don't need to move so quickly. We're seeing that today with you know, the voting suppression that's out there, and you know, what's happening in Congress, and how there's this kind of, especially in the Democratic Party, this push and pull between the moderates and the more progressive wing or arm of the party that wants to move quicker on this. So from where I sit, I think incremental progress is not a good thing. We've got to be more progressive in everything that we do.
Yeah, I
was just going to say that there's also perception and how we see the problem. I keep looking this in the context of the TVPA, and the 2000 version of this looks to us a lot different now, and that, boy, that's really got a lot of problems from where we stand today. And I made the mistake of saying once to a dear friend that, boy, you know, this was not I don't know how I framed it, but it basically said this wasn't very well thought out. And she was one of the persons who wrote it. And she forgave me for that. But, you know, we perceive things differently through time. And sometimes it takes it. Sometimes our perceptions move incrementally, or I guess they always do. And so for us, it just came a time that we need to really start talking more about prevention, and that it should play a bigger role in how we address this problem. And now it seems time that we should really talk now about other aspects, including race.
And I have a question for you. You know, our work, as we've been discussing, is on the prevention side. And when we put together our human trafficking prevention education program, we met with and consulted with survivor leaders, but our work typically has not been on the side of after the victimization as it has occurred. Have you seen in your work that survivors of color are treated differently than survivors who are white?
100%. It's a hard thing to say and admit, and I think sadly some of my white colleagues might feel alienated by my statement. I don't think it's ill will on their part, but part of white supremacy is that it just happens, right? So one of the key differences has to do with access to power. And so certainly when TVPA was passed in the United States, there was such a focus on this is a problem of foreign nationals coming into the United States. And there was, I think, very little recognition of domestic trafficking, both commercial sexual exploitation and labor trafficking. And so on that front, if people are coming from outside, and it wasn't as much, to my understanding, Western Europeans, it was, people from Black and brown countries because of need, whether seeking asylum or impoverished communities because of colonialism and imperialism, people seeking refuge somewhere else to find jobs. Were survivor leaders who, if you don't have legal documentation in the United States, why would you speak out? Because you'd be afraid to, especially in the last couple of decades, there's just been a heightened policing and this fear of people. There's been this narrative of people faking trafficking to get into the country. And so I definitely think that people who are not US citizens were their voices have become silenced over time because of the connection also to immigration status. I think folks of color who are US citizens, they're already in that marginalized community, and then to have been trafficked on top of that, it's almost seen like just another example of why those survivors are not smart enough, capable enough, etc. I mean, I used to go, and when I would share my story, I would talk about, like, if I wasn't wearing this suit, I would wear a suit, not what I'm wearing today. If I wasn't wearing a suit, if I was Black, if I had tats on me, or, would you listen to me? And as has been in the news lately, this model minority myth has helped me in some ways, because people would listen because they think, oh, I'm Asian and I'm articulate. But so many Southeast Asian young people are exploited because of the legacy of the United States, the hypersexualization of Southeast Asians and East Asian women. I mean, I could just go on about that, but yeah, I think it's much harder for leaders of color in so many ways, to start organizations, to be heard. Survivor Alliance talks about language oppression, and so you got to speak proper white man's English to be thought as respectful. Exactly what you're saying, Frederick Douglass. You got to be educated in how to speak their language. So yeah, and I appreciate that you asking. And I actually was just talking to some colleagues, the Human Trafficking Legal Center, some survivor leaders there, just did a survey about survivors' experience of racism. And it was just, not shocking, but sad in terms of racism being a huge part of people's experiences.
How do you think support services can address racism?
My answer to nearly most questions is hire survivors. Survivors come from diverse backgrounds in terms of race and gender and everything. And so really, by hiring survivors to provide the services, they will be culturally sensitive. I think we invest so much money and time into diversity training, and I'm not, we had a diversity training today. I'm not saying it's not important, but I think that this is where our commitment to lived experience matters. Is just, if you've been a person of color in the United States, unless you've been in like Pleasantville or a brown person's Pleasantville, you've experienced racism. And then you have the thought of how to be with somebody else who that's a part of their experience.
Yeah. You had talked about the over-sexualization of Asian women, and the same thing is true with Black girls, which is a national problem, and Black girls are not always seen as innocent victims but perhaps they're not seen as innocent victims that need protection, but perhaps innately there's something in them that they're treated differently.
Yeah, I mean, your opening story about thinking about the age of your own niece and daughters and thinking that like this could happen to them. And I had an interesting situation where, I had a chosen friend family, when her daughter got to the age that I started being sold, I could see that I was trained to think about a child at that age in that race. She was racial, like that, yeah, you should be sold now. Like that's what just happens. And it's so built into our culture. I'm curious how do we attack that, because it's become so internalized. I love all the work that Black women have done to like lift up Black women and to address these, and I think the Asian American community also is doing some of that, but it's just so painful, the internalized dichotomy of racism and sexism. And when you have that intergenerational trauma, I can't imagine, your parents really want to talk about it because it touches into their pain.
Yeah, well, we talk about that intergenerational trauma coming out of, again, slavery, and I keep going back to the 400 years of oppression and enslavement. And in 1865, when the last of those that were freed, there was no plan for emancipation. There was no counseling. There was no post-traumatic stress disorder designation. And imagine how that trauma is passed down, through the generations, and really is in my DNA. I know it is, just by the way that I react to policing, in the experiences that I've had interacting with police. And so, I think that we've got to start talking about it. And as I said, we have to have, be truthful, truth telling, and a reckoning with our past. Because if we don't, people want to have conversations about healing and reconciliation. Well, I'm not even close to wanting to even consider that, because we're just, again, putting a Band-Aid over these issues. And I forget what the term you use.
Sticky plaster.
Yes, sticky plaster. Over, these problems. We've got this disease that exists in our country, the disease of racism, sexism, inequality. And unless we deal with that, I don't see how we can even start to have conversations about healing and reconciliation.
100%. I mean, so many things I could ask based on that. When we talk about trauma recovery, it's like the need to be safe in order to start healing and touching. But if you're still being assaulted every day, not necessarily around being trafficked anymore, but because of racism, like when is there the safety? Where is the safety to heal? And that's part of why Survivor Alliance is trying to support survivors to build our own spaces of safety, and why I think communities of color band together to create like safe spaces. But yeah, there's a sense, I mean, I'm sure you guys are feeling this now, like, when does it stop? Like, when does the violence stop so that you can actually heal it?
Yeah. Robert, what do you think?
I don't know that I could provide an optimistic viewpoint on that, because I'm skeptical. I think that in a lot of instances, it's up to white folks to begin finding ways to be better in terms of how we address these things. And I think that I keep going back to when this anti-trafficking field sort of began to develop in the way that in what it's become, and how much was it supported by that idea of that Taken idea. I always think that Taken was a bit of a script for, or the TVPA was a bit of a script for the movie Taken, where we see ourselves, and when I say we, I mean white folks as white knights like Liam Neeson, saviors who can rescue the damsel in distress. And that is, I think that is a very Christian approach and a way of seeing things. And I guess you can see it in a way of forming a base for progress on anti-trafficking, and also forming some old stereotypes and perceptions that we've got to renew and readdress.
Yeah. When you talk about Taken, that is something that's in our experience, it's been something that's really hard to overcome, because people have, again, this idea. Oh, there you are.
Hi.
I didn't even know that I wasn't on.
Oh. So now everybody knows that you're a white male.
Yeah, I could have been faking it the whole time.
But yeah, that Taken was something that is still hard to overcome, that people just have this idea in their heads, again, as you said, men, that this is a problem that happens outside of the United States. And then any problem that we do have in the United States is people that have been, trafficked across our borders into our country. Robert, I remember you told us a story one time. I think you were at a convention down in Florida, and you were presenting on prevention education, and there was a door kicker that also presented. And do you remember that?
I remember it really well. Yeah, I gave this brilliant presentation on prevention education, and like two people enthusiastically came up to me afterwards. And then the next guy had a long ponytail, and he was a big guy, and he gave a presentation on rescuing victims of human trafficking by kicking down doors. And there was a line out the door to talk to this guy. And I thought, boy, we have some work to do, or you could also argue that I have work to do when I'm giving presentations. But yeah, it represented to me the challenge we have about starting from the beginning on this issue by educating young people.
Yeah. Will you share your favorite Douglas quote, Kenneth? About
Well, it's easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. And while we haven't given up on trying to repair broken men and broken women, our work is focused on building strong children, and that really is a short-term solution, because you're giving information that's going to help reduce their vulnerability to being trafficked, but it's also a longer term solution. So for instance, when you look at organizations that work with men on the demand issue and trying to educate them on their actions and their choices. But if you can really teach young boys that their future actions and decisions and choices that they make could impact the demand side of this, then long-term, it's also a long-term solution, because you're lifting and you're building strong young men that will make good decisions and not be a part of the problem.
What is on the prevention side, what is because you work with young people, I've seen the great essays that youth have submitted to your competitions and things. And you know, that can you have children, like how do you balance that responsibility to take, develop and grow and whatnot? I guess to be more direct, one of the things I've struggled with is when we also place the responsibility on kids to protect themselves. You know what I mean? Like, there's a balance of empowering them and making right choices, and also the grown-ups need to get our SHIT together and protect them and have systems that aren't failing them and schools that don't suck. And so what are your guys' thoughts and approach in your work on that?
Well, when I was thinking just about the recent killings of Black people, and the young teenage girl that was shot and killed, and the conversation that we're having about that, which to me is a failure of her community to protect her, and she obviously made a tragic decision, but how is it that our young people are not getting the love and nurturing and support that they need? And there are people in this country that will look at a George Floyd and not see his humanity, but look at the fact that the person that murdered him is potentially going to get a long prison sentence, and they have, it seems, more empathy for that person than they do the person that was killed. And then they want to victim shame that victim and bring up his criminal history as if that had something to do with a man kneeling on his neck for 9 minutes and 29 seconds. But as far as our work, we found that the lessons from history and the great heroes and heroines that came before us, that struggled and sacrificed, endured, and survived, when young people can start to get this idea that they do descend from people that survived. I know when we first started talking about slavery, historic slavery in the classroom, and kids that are embarrassed because of the trauma that's been passed down through the families, and not really seeing themselves as worthy of even existing. But the way that we've framed it is that, think about the odds that you are even here. Those of us that descend from slaves, think about the odds that your ancestors were able to survive that transatlantic slave voyage, survive all of those hundreds of years of slavery and oppression, survive 90 years of Jim Crow and everything that's come after that, housing discrimination and redlining and lynching, racial terrorism, racial oppression.
Yeah.
And so we do find that when it's framed from the point of you have greatness flowing through your veins, just like I do, we see them empowered and feeling like they have worth and that they can affect change. And Frederick Douglass's story, really is a coming of age story that all of us can connect to. Booker T. Washington as well, that in spite of all of that, they were able to survive and overcome and then change the course of history for all of us. And so our work has always been focused on education first. That's where all of this starts. Any project that we initiate, the foundation is education.
I love that you've got greatness in your veins. That's just.
Well, that came from a 10-year-old girl who said that to me early on when we got started. She was so excited to share with me, and she said, "Mr. Morris, I researched my family tree and I found that my great grandmother was born into slavery, taught herself to read and write in secret, and then she escaped and became a successful businesswoman and a philanthropist, and she knew what that word meant and she was proud of it." So she said, "So Mr. Morris, do you know what all of this means?" And before I could answer, she said, "It means I have greatness flowing through my veins, just like you do."
Wow.
And I tell that story all the time because I said, "You're exactly right. We all have greatness flowing through our veins, and we all stand on the shoulders and walk in the shoes of those that came before us."
Mm. Wow. Robert, you're about to say something.
I was just going to say that our expectations of adults when it comes to this subject matter are low, and that we've always seen that if it was possible for us to begin our work with young children, we'd begin to build knowledge, generational knowledge. And that's why I don't support the idea of firing teachers who do stupid things with slavery lessons, because slavery, the idea of slavery disappeared in 1865 when it was buried in Americans' minds that, you know, the term, the sentence that Abraham Lincoln ended slavery, or Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves. And so that lives on an island in our brains, and it doesn't have a connection to where we are today, so that no one who came after that understands slavery and why it existed, except for a couple of paragraphs in history books, or if you happen to be an historian. But teachers probably shouldn't be expected to understand it, because they're like everyone else and they didn't learn it as children. But we do have an opportunity to make the connection between historical slavery and contemporary slavery and help people understand how and why it works, and how do we make sure that we eliminate it from our lives in the future.
Robert, I know that we've had conversations over the years, and I think the last time that the three of us were together on a Zoom call, we were talking about defining the word slavery today, and how problematic it is that we still don't have a definition for what it is.
Yeah, I don't think that anyone is willing to dive into that definition, because if you look at slavery on a spectrum, where on one side of the spectrum we can all agree that the worst versions of exploitation equal slavery and it's bad, we all agree on that. But as you move further to the right on that spectrum, where it gets a little more fuzzy near the end, where someone might argue with you about the positives or the negatives about prostitution, or they might argue with you what is exploitation with the amount of pay that someone receives to do a job. In one part of the world, it may be $1 an hour. In other parts of the world, it may not be fair if it's $10 an hour. So where do we draw the line on the right-hand side of that spectrum? And until we do, then how do we define what it is and define penalties for those that perpetrate, that exploit people?
Yeah, I think it is. I agree that right end, or the fuzzy part, is hard, because it's this tricky thing about not comparing traumas, but also recognizing that traumas are on a scale, and that it's different to scrape your knee than to have been exploited in an industry and stuff. But the way I talk about it is, the official poverty line in the United States is always a certain dollar amount, but if you have $1 more than that, you're broke, but you're not officially broke, right?
My favorite story on the defining slavery was in 2012. We were part of a conference at Yale an anti-trafficking conference, and the keynote speaker had just recently joined our board, and I had just picked up his book like 2 weeks earlier, and I read it. I was so enthusiastic, and I remembered clearly that on page 12 he said, "We cannot know how many enslaved people there are in the world until we define what slavery is." And I thought, just this guy, I'm so glad he's on our board. And so he gave a like an hour-long keynote where he was like a calculator, and he was calculating the exact number of enslaved people in the world, and he came up with a number, like a specific number at the end. And I had to rush to the microphone, and I said, "On page 12, you said this. How do you come up with a number when we haven't defined slavery?" And I forget what he said, but I don't think he was on our board that long. It didn't endear him to me or us.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
but
oh, sorry,
I
go
just
ahead.
want to say that, I know we're coming up on the end of our conversation, and I just wanted to turn back to, anti-racism and how can we be anti-racist? What are the types of things that we can do within our own organizations, our own communities, our own schools, wherever you work and exist, identifying policies that don't promote equity and inclusion, and holding our elected officials accountable at the local, state, and federal level to make sure that they're working to eliminate policies that are racist, and demand that they enact policies that promote equity and inclusion and diversity. And that's something that we can do within our own organizations, our own workplace. In schools, we work with teachers, and teachers, once they educate themselves and start to think about anti-racist work, looking within their own districts at policies that discriminate against students, against the advancement of people of color into leadership and administrative roles. And then just, thinking about it all the time. We all have at times racist ideas, and identifying when we do, and making that change, that flip in our mind and our brain, so that, again, this is probably the 5th or 6th time that I've said this, but that we're looking at this work through an anti-racist lens from the very beginning.
Yeah, I appreciate that question, and I think similarly, I think we need to get to the level where we just don't question it, that it exists. I can't believe that we're still having that questioned. I think most people are accepting of the fact that a woman still earns 80 cents to the dollar or something like that, right? We're just like, okay, gender pay inequity is there. I mean, of course, there's always people who are saying it's not there, but I think for me, the nut to crack is that hanging on to white privilege around just acknowledging the fact that it exists and getting through someone's guilt or shame or whatever it is, and then how much time do we want to spend on, and like I'll hear white folks say, like, come and get your people and address racism within your own communities. So that's kind of an aside, but I think constantly having a conversation about it, rooting out the white supremacy practices within organizations, like you're saying. Specifically, we just talked about internalized capitalism as a Survivor Alliance team, like productivity as a measure of our worth is built into, I think, methods of this pull yourself up by the bootstraps idea. And so it's a lot of cleaning up in your own backyard, and for me, gathering people that are willing to do that as well. I will always say centering the voices of survivors, because survivors will tell you about it. Survivors will tell you about the racism that they're experiencing, and not going to separate it out from their own experiences of trafficking.
We have here in America a whole segment of society that doesn't believe that white supremacy exists and that there's institutionalized racism, and they will argue with you till they're blue in the face, and a lot of that has to do with the media, you know, that people consume and absorb. And so there's a lot of work to be done in that area. But here's another Douglas quote for you. Without struggle, there is no progress. And we're obviously in a mighty struggle right now as a country with polarization, and we're as divided as we've been in a very long time. But and that's, I mean, the challenges that we face seem like they're insurmountable, but imagine living at a time in the 19th century where your federal government said it's legal to own you and illegal to teach you. I think most people would run away from that challenge, and thank goodness my ancestors and many others didn't, or we would be a very different country today. So I try and end here on a word with a word of optimism. We can do this. And I'll just tell you a really quick story. I had a chance to sit down with the late Congressman John Lewis in December of 2017. And I had met him a few times, but it was always in passing and just very quick chat. And this was the first time that I was able to sit down with him one-on-one, and we were sitting at his conference table in his office in Washington. So we were just, right next to each other. And it was right after, if you remember, there was, I think it was a civil rights museum that was opening in Mississippi, and Congressman Lewis was supposed to be the keynote speaker. And then the person that formerly was in the Oval Office decided that he was going to go down and speak at that event. And Congressman Lewis boycotted it, along with a couple of other civil rights leaders that were supposed to attend. And so I was asking him about that, and he was getting a lot of criticism because of the boycotting of many things in the Trump administration. And as I was talking to him, I just really started to get really emotional, and tears were welling up in my eyes as I was trying to thank him for everything that he had done for our country and his sacrifice and his commitment and just everything. And I was overwhelmed. And he put his hand on my shoulder and he said, with tears welling up in his eyes, he said, "No, it is you that I need to thank, because we quoted your ancestors all the time during the civil rights movement. And we, the models and the ground that they had forged for us to be able to do the work that we did." And so then I asked him, I said, "Are you hopeful about the future? Are you pessimistic or optimistic?" And he said, "No, I am hopeful about our future, that we'll be able to come out of this on the other side, people that are more respectful of each other, treating each other with dignity, coming to the table and listening." And I was really happy that he said that, because even through all of this and even this conversation that we've had, I am hopeful. I am hopeful that we can have these very difficult conversations, and that we can change minds, and people will become advocates and allies in this fight and in this work. So, Min, thank you very much for inviting us to be a part of this conversation. And I look forward to, continuing it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Min. It's always good to see you.
Yeah.
And you're so right now, but I guess we can still pretend we're close through Zoom.
Well, before you got on, Robert, she announced that she's got a big thing happening on Tuesday, which we need to wish her luck.
Thank you.
I know about that big thing. Yes, congratulations.
Thank you. Just throwing it out to questions from the audience. I think actually the one that was sent to us, we kind of already addressed. And so I'm going to cheat and ask one that we had prepped, but we didn't get to, which is emancipation a misnomer?
Yeah, I see where that question is coming from.
I'll go ahead and say that it definitely is. Emancipation, I guess its most famous iteration was in 1865. And like Ken said, there was never a plan, although there was a plan to have a plan, but that disappeared quickly into Reconstruction and after Abraham Lincoln was assassinated. So I would say that this is a not politically what's the word I'm not crazy about Juneteenth because it celebrates emancipation, and I think we spend every day addressing the issue of contemporary slavery, and in a lot of ways emancipation hasn't happened. So I wonder, how do we celebrate emancipation without talking about the fact that various forms of slavery still exist, and there was never a real emancipation, real rights for those that were quote unquote emancipated.
Yeah, I think, well, I don't agree with you on Juneteenth. It is a commemoration, very important commemoration, for Black people and descendants of enslaved Africans in this country. And we don't get a whole lot of days to be able to commemorate, anything that was positive. But I get the sentiment that you're expressing, that we never have been emancipated. And you're right. In my mind, there was really no plan for emancipation as far as the 4 million people that were freed because they didn't own property. Many didn't know how to read and write. They spent the first 2-3 years just trying to reconnect with family that they had been disconnected from. They really just had the clothes or the burlap that was on their backs. And I was speaking about that more from the trauma that they had endured throughout the generations. But you're right, the Republican Party, the goal was to make African Americans equal within one generation. And of course, that didn't happen because of the subsequent Supreme Court decisions that happened and how slavery just took on a new form. And then, of course, we get into the Jim Crow era. So yeah, back to your original question, emancipation is, in my mind, it definitely is a misnomer.
Yeah, I mean, everything you're saying resonates for me in the contemporary movement because we don't have a plan. We're all like working towards ending it, but we don't have a plan. And even for individual survivors, I think lots of people like to say that we have a plan and we've got rehabilitation and years long support, but working with a brilliant colleague and dear friend of mine, Sophie Otiende in Kenya, witnessing, we're talking about the US, but there, and I know in the US, witnessing COVID just wiping out any progress that people made from the support that they got from organizations. And so is it emancipation if a pandemic can wipe out any progress that you made? And you have no safety net, nothing, you're back and potentially having to get into precarious work or other really tricky situations. And some people, going back into the commercial sex industry or going back to perpetrators because it's food and a house or something, so I think I would agree. I still it's interesting. I do feel like I have a bit of idealism still left in me, or else I wouldn't be doing the work that I'm doing. But I do like that it is, for me personally and others, I think literally making hope, even if you're not quite sure, like having hope in emancipation and its possibilities so that there can be hope. And certainly hopefully for folks, there's a gradual expansion of what emancipation means. It's Frederick Douglass's full freedom concept. It's not just not being in chains anymore, or it's I think we all want that, not whether you've been formerly enslaved or not. Like, for all of us to be fully free.
Yeah, well, I think about, all of the resources that were wasted because people, their humanity was taken away from them. And I don't know this to be the case, but, perhaps the person that came up with a cure for cancer, would have come up with a cure for cancer, was enslaved, and how that disease has impacted all of us, every single one of us in our families, in our extended families. And I think sometimes to the detriment of our own existence, we oppress people. Again, talking about the context of this country, we oppress people. I think about what was called the crack epidemic, and how, because the victims were of color, mostly Black people, they were treated as criminals, and there were policies that were put in place to send them to prison for a long time, and how that has impacted the African American community. And then here we are 25 years later, and there's a quote unquote opioid epidemic where the victims look very different than those people. And now we're talking about treating them as victims. But how much time did we lose over those 25 years how much we could have learned had we treated African Americans as the victims that they were, and not criminals. And so again, to the detriment of our own existence and our own health and in communities, treat people in ways that hurt ourselves. And I'm putting myself in that category by saying we, our, but what I'm really talking about is I'm talking about white people.
Yeah. That leads, that leads to a question that's coming in. That's that health, there's been some people who've talked about racism as a public health crisis, and I'm curious your thoughts on that approach.
Yeah, Robert, why don't you take that?
Well, I think it's definitely a public health crisis. I think that, we talk about intergenerational trauma, and we don't know all the ways that trauma affects people through genes and DNA, but we believe it does, and I think that some researchers have pointed out how it does. But I definitely think that, and we've been, since we came to Rochester in 2019, we came to help address the issue of racial equity. And I believe that something radical has to happen. There's change, there's wind and rain, incremental change. I think this has to be earthquake and hurricane type change, because we have to do something that identifies this as something that requires radical change. And I don't know if incremental change will do it.
Well, yeah, it needs radical change. Imagine, and I keep going back to history all the time, examples in history, but it was a radical idea to think that you could dismantle the institution of slavery, which was the economic engine of the United States of America, and the value of chattel enslaved people. There were people that said, no, we need incremental change. We'll make slavery better. We'll make it more humane. And that's a conversation that I think we're having right now with, defunding the police department, and many people can't imagine cities without policing in the way that it is right now. But we need a radical change in that area as well. And we have examples in history where radical change has happened. Of course, we needed a civil war, and and then a change to the Constitution. But
we have to give a shout out to our friend Alice, direct descendant of John Brown.
Yeah.
Speaking of radical change.
Yeah, we're not suggesting that a Harper's Ferry happens, but
Yeah, I don't know. If Survivor Alliance is cited as part of that, we might not exist for much longer. But actually, I really appreciate that because, you know, it makes me think about after the Holocaust, what had to happen in order, you know, and at least I'm told by Germans and people who visited Germany about how they actively keep the memory alive in order to address that legacy. And it seems like in the United States, we try and suppress and, you know,
suppress.
yeah. And as a trauma survivor, I know that suppression just leads to future problems. You know, it's going to come back up and up until we deal with it. And I think you're right that it's going to take a real reckoning. And who knows what that's going to take. But I think we've got time for just our closing thoughts or comments on what do we want to leave people in terms of addressing human trafficking from a ending racism, anti-racism lens.
Well, we're still formulating on our end what that looks like with our Protect program, and we haven't talked about Protect, but it's a collaboration that our organization has with two California-based nonprofit organizations, and it's online education and training of teachers to be able to recognize signs of trafficking, what red flags to look out for, and then a certification to be able to teach age-appropriate prevention education in the classroom. And that's a K through 12. It's elementary, middle school, and high school students. And so, you know, that's work that we're very proud of. We're in 30 plus counties in California. We've expanded into Utah and Texas and Michigan and internationally now into the Republic of Cyprus and the Mediterranean Sea and other places. That work is important, again, because we're working to prevent the victimization before it happens.
Yeah.
You know, we've, I think, created with the strategy that we've had, and Robert talked about the original TVPA in 2000 and how we believe it was flawed because it really was just focused on a victim-centered approach. And we're not arguing that we shouldn't have a victim-centered approach. We need more resources for survivors. But we've really created this cycle of exploitation. And as well-meaning as we are, it just churns and churns and churns, and we're just rescuing and restoring and rehabilitating. But we're not really capping that well of spewing new victims into that cycle. And so prevention, we've been arguing and swimming upstream for many, many years. We've made some progress in the last 3 or 4 years, but you know, there were no resources for organizations that were doing prevention work because everything went to the back end, reacting to the problem after it happened, law enforcement reacting after the crime has been committed. But we've started to see in our work a change in mindset where people are putting more focus and resources in that reauthorization of the Frederick Douglass Act. There was money that was appropriated for primary prevention education. And we were doing some secondary and tertiary work within the anti-trafficking movement, trying to prevent further victimization.
Yeah.
But our work has always been focused on preventing the victimization in the first place. So I would hope people, if you don't know about our work, please visit our website at fdfi.org and take a look at what we're doing. In addition to our prevention education work, as Robert said, we're beginning work around race equity in Rochester and taking some of what we've learned with our prevention education work and seeing how it applies or how it can apply to this work, because it is intersectional. You know, you can't really talk about prevention, education, and human trafficking work without talking about anti-racism work.
Mm-hmm. Robert?
Yeah, I would just say that a lot of how we've understood this issue over the years, and when I say we, Americans is through the TVPA, and we've been communicating with some of our colleagues and your colleagues in the anti-trafficking field to figure out how we mark up the next reauthorization. And this is something that Representative Christopher Smith has been helping with, and he'll be introducing the bill again in the near future. So I would say that if we want to have a better understanding of the real nature of this problem and this crime, we should write it in that bill that communicates to a larger number of people and communicates through legislation.
Yeah, thank you. Interesting. Also, prevention is connected to a public health approach as well. And so I would say that I've thought about our work as secondary prevention, in that, our colleague Maria is joining as we will close our day, but
write it in that
we believe that by empowering survivors to be leaders, that tapping their knowledge and expertise into what could have been in place so that they didn't get trafficked or didn't get enslaved, really harnessing that knowledge and expertise. And so any of our survivor leaders who are listening, if you want to get involved with Frederick Douglass Family Initiatives on the TVPA reauthorization, I'm happy to connect you, because we definitely want survivors involved in that policy advocacy. And exactly what you said, so many of our members talk about education, I mean, as part of their own emancipation, as part of their healing, but that access would have helped, so I think for us, I want to elevate just more and more survivors to talk about racism as a part of their experience.
Absolutely. There's really nobody more qualified to speak out against the injustices that you've survived. That's what that was his importance when he escaped from slavery at the age of 20. And at the age of 22, 23, he joins the anti-slavery lecture circuit as a paid lecturer, paid speaker. And he was telling his story as someone who had survived slavery. And his story helped to push the abolitionist movement forward in a big way, because prior to that, you had white abolitionists that were talking about slavery being morally wrong. And now you have this person that stands up. He's self-educated. He's eloquent. He's charismatic. He's a great communicator. Yeah. And he's telling the truth from a firsthand account of what he survived and, what he overcame. And his importance at that time can't be underestimated. And so fast forward to present day, survivor leader voices are the most important voices in this movement.
Thank you.
This is what makes you so important, man, and important to us too.
Thank you. That means a lot to me, and we're in it for the long haul together. So thank you so much for your time and your support personally, and just all the work that you do. I always learn from you, and feel buoyed knowing that you're out there and knowing that you feel optimistic. So I'm always in your corner, and everyone, just please do check out the work of Frederick Douglass Family Initiatives, fdfi.org. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your evening, and let me know if there's any other way that Survivor Alliance can support.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate you having us on to have this conversation, and thank you for all that you've done to support our work and the inspiration that you provide us on a daily basis. So, please don't hesitate to call on us whenever you need us, and we'll do the same.
All right, that sounds good. All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So everyone who's still with us, especially if you're in the UK, I know it's late, but we are going to play a couple songs just to get us back into a different mood. Also, we know that could have been heavy for some folks. So Survivor Alliance is very invested in everyone's well-being. So just a couple more inspirational songs to get us, well, for some of us towards bedtime, and for others maybe towards dinner time. And then we'll check our fundraising totals and report back on that.
Full of sunshine, I got a love and I know that it's all mine. Oh, do what you want, but you're never gonna break me. Sticks and stones are never gonna shake me. Oh, I got a bucket full of sunshine. I got a love and I know that it's all mine. Oh, wish that you could, but you ain't gonna own me. Do anything you want, you can't slow me down. Nobody knows where the rivers flow, and I call it home. And there's no more lies, and the darkness is light, and nobody cries. There's only butterflies. Take me away, a secret place, a secret place, a sweet escape. Take me away, take me away, to better days. Take me away, a hiding place. Take me away, a secret place, a sweet escape. Take me away, take me away, to better days. Take me away, a hiding place. Sun is on my side, take me for a ride. I smile up to the sky, I know I'll be alright. The sun is on my side, and takes me for a ride. I smile up to the sky, I know I'll be alright.
All right, so gonna welcome back Maria Lozano, our Director of Survivor Alliance Academy. Thanks, Maria, for being here. I know it's late. We'd love to hear your thoughts on the birthday. What are some things you want to celebrate and lift up as we close out for the day?
Yes, I think I have been a lovely day. You know, we see all these, the way that different piece of knowledge can join together and give us like a big picture of the work that we do, and how the intersectionality of oppression is there, and in from different research work and experiences. So I think it's amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I just thank you to all contributors and the team that have been working all day, and you mean there for hours and hours. Yeah. So I think I've been a great experience, a lot of learnings, and yeah. So yeah, I'm just pleased that we make it.
We made it. All day birthday celebrations will probably not be our norm, but we're trying something new. And you know, if you do have any capacity to donate, we are short of our goals. So
yeah,
please do help us. It will allow us to put on our Congress and a little bit more smoothly. And for everybody who has donated so far, thank you so much for that. We really appreciate it. And I know our members very much are grateful for that. So this will be on our YouTube page for some time. And so you can watch it back if you'd like. And I think that's all. We could, I know we said we were going to 10 p.m., but I think we might just sign off early tonight.
Yeah, just a bit embarrassing, since UK have been slightly tight. The donations have been quite small, but we hope that perhaps if we improve our media network in the next occasion, we may get further.
Yeah, and you know, it seems like we, for folks who are listening, our members, it was so great for you to join us and celebrate. And so thank you, everybody, and our team for putting this together. We do hope that you have a restful weekend. It's been a beautiful year 3. We've grown quite a lot. And so I remember 2 years ago, Maria, you came and we were making birthday cards. And so over a year, our 3rd year was basically in the pandemic. And so we're wrapping up kind of a hard one. And I think still in good spirits and growing and doing a lot. So
yeah,
as a toddler, I think we're doing all right.
Yeah, very good spirit. We have achieved a lot of things these 3 years. I think we are a very young organization and very brave, because this transmission of 12 hours kind of was a very brave option that we make. And I think a lot of learnings and but a privilege always, to see how we grow, how we progress, and how a pioneer we are. And as you said earlier, I mean, it's hard to be against the grain all the time, but I think in a world where we are, in this context that we are, I don't think we have a choice. So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you, Maria, for all your support today, and for all your work with our leaders, and the fact that our members are joining and celebrating together. That's exactly the culture that we want. So it's been a long birthday, though it's ending before 10 o'clock at night. We're not going to the pubs and having a dancing party, but maybe we'll do that instead next year.
Yes. So would you like me to say how much money have we raised?
Sure. Let's share our final totals.
Yeah. So let's say in the UK we have the small amount of £175.
Okay.
Till we can pay something with that. a few internet voucher for members, perhaps, and and in US, we have a few very generous donations, and so we have 1,091 American dollars there. So
maybe we can get us to a rounded number in the next 20 minutes. So maybe we can get to 200 pounds and 2,000 US dollars. So anybody willing to,
the round number.
Yes.
They may get some kind of merchandising.
Yes, Maria and I are sporting our merchandise, Survivor Alliance shirt and the hoodie. And we'll leave our donation links up, and so you can come back, and as you enjoy today and the presenters, I just want to thank everybody for donating their time generously. All of the presenters, did not benefit. We're happy to connect and so and share with you all today. So please do, in addition to donating, just the fact that you learned, and if you could take away what you learned today and put it to action and go cause some good trouble, as John Lewis says, in your communities, and live out the legacy of Frederick Douglass, then maybe we'll be okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Glad to learn from Hannah Rose about the abolitionist from the relative of Frederick Douglass tonight. So yes, very, very glad and very honored, really, of having a privilege. So far.
Yeah, definitely. All right, I'm going to go try and fall asleep. And, thank you, Maria, and we'll just say good night to everybody.
Yeah, so good night to everyone. Thank you for people who was around, and yes, and see you next year.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Soon. Bye.